Chapter 1090. Profound Qi, Zhuowen. Your luck is pretty good. You were actually able to obtain Master's appreciation. Not only did he bestow the river diagram to you, he even taught you the method to use the river diagram formation. Master Lan Miao arrived before Zhuowen and spoke rather happily. I was just lucky. Zhuowen scratched his head and said with a smile. Zhuowen. We have wronged you just now. I hope you don't take it to heart. Master Tusida also came to Zhuowen's side and said somewhat embarrassedly. Zhuowen shook his head and said with a smile, anyone would be anxious and angry when something like this happens suddenly. Master Tusida's reaction is understandable. Seeing that Zhuowen had let bygones be bygones, Master Tusida nodded gently. He had a good impression of Zhuowen. The young man in front of him did not blame him for his previous actions. His temperament was really good. Ha! Let's not talk about this. Zhuowen, you have passed the dragon horse level and are qualified to enter the 6th level. Once you enter the 6th level, you will experience the benefits of the 6th level. Master Lan Miao laughed and said to Zhuowen. Teacher. Can entering the 6th level really raise my mental energy from complete grade 5 to initial grade 6? Zhuowen suddenly asked. You will naturally experience it when you enter the 6th level. Now, follow me to the 6th level. Master Lan Miao smiled mysteriously. Immediately, he led Zhuowen into the void above the 5th level. Under the envious gazes of many people on the 5th level, they stepped into the 6th level. Lang Yao, who was among the crowd, looked at Zhuowen's figure that had disappeared into the 5th level. His eyes were filled with disappointment. He had never expected that he would fail the dragon horse 3 times. However, Zhuowen had succeeded on his first try. Moreover, Zhuowen had supplemented the river diagram and obtained the recognition of Master Mu Feng. Thinking of the scene just now, the originally arrogant Lang Yao felt a heavy sense of defeat. In the past, he was the #1 genius on the 5th floor. In his heart, he also thought that he should be the first to mount the dragon horse and enter the 6th floor. But now, Zhuowen's arrival was like a ruthless slap to his heart. It made him clearly understand what it meant by there was always someone better than him. Lang Yao. You don't need to be dispirited. You are far more talented than most arcanists. You can only blame that Zhuowen for being too monstrous. He's definitely the person with the strongest mental strength in my history. His future is limitless. Grandmaster Tusida came to Lang Yao's side and sighed. Lang Yao clenched his fists tightly before slowly relaxing them. A relaxed smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, Teacher. I understand all of this. Now, I finally know that I'm actually nothing. So, I have to work harder. It's good that you have the heart. In the future, your achievements will definitely surpass mine. Don't belittle yourself. That will only hinder your path forward. Grandmaster Tusida nodded and said with relief when he saw that Lang Yao didn't become dispirited. Swoosh! The 6th floor of the arcane tower was actually a space filled with white mist. At the foot of this space was a knee-high white mist. Through this white mist, Zhuowen could see tall mountains, flowing water, chirping birds, and the fragrance of flowers. Under the lingering white mist, everything was perfect and flawless like a paradise on earth. Is this the space of the 6th floor? Looking at the scene, Zhuowen was a little stunned. Obviously, there was still a big difference from the 6th floor that he had imagined. Ha! Originally, the 6th floor was just a barren land. However, the 4 of us felt lonely, so we set up some illusion origin formations here. So, it does look quite pleasing to the eye. Grandmaster Lan Miao grinned. Zhuowen. Now, feel the energy around the space of the 6th floor and see if there's anything different. Grandmaster Lan Miao suddenly looked at Zhuowen with a smile. The latter also nodded and silently felt the difference in the energy around the space of the 6th floor. This is, When Zhuowen tried to use the mental energy in his Naiwen palace to probe the energy around him, he discovered that the strange energy around him was like rivers flowing into the sea. It poured into his Naiwen palace and began to strengthen the mental energy in his Naiwen palace. You feel it too, right? The sixth floor is filled with a kind of energy called origin essence. This kind of energy can directly communicate with the mental energy in your Naiwen palace. It can continuously strengthen your mental energy in a very short period of time. However, origin essence only has the greatest effect on grade 5 Arcana Masters. It is much less effective on grade 6 Arcana Masters. This is also why I said that your mental energy can reach the initial success of grade 6 Arcana Masters in a short period of time after entering the 6th floor, Grandmaster Lan Miao said with a smile. Zhuowen nodded. This origin essence was indeed magical. Just now, he did not take the initiative to absorb it at all. The origin essence in the air flowed into his Naiwen palace and began to strengthen the mental energy in his Naiwen palace. He believed that if he took the initiative to absorb this origin essence, the speed at which his mental energy grew would greatly increase. Teacher. I can only stay here for 4 days. After 4 days, I need to leave the Arcana Tower to do something, Zhuowen suddenly said to Grandmaster Lan Miao. Oh. You can only stay for 4 days. In just 4 days, even if you rely on origin essence to break through to the initial success of grade 6 Arcana Masters, the difficulty is still quite high. Grandmaster Lan Miao was startled at first. Then, he frowned slightly and revealed a trace of hesitation in his eyes. It's okay. Even if I can't break through this time, I should be able to continue cultivating the next time I come here, Zhuowen said with a faint smile. Grandmaster Lan Miao shook his head and said, the first time you absorb origin essence is the best, and it is also the easiest to break through. If you rashly leave halfway, I'm afraid the next breakthrough will become quite difficult. Is there such a thing? Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned. Zhuowen. You absorb origin essence here first, and I will stay by your side. I will try to guide most of the origin essence around to where you are. This should have a high chance of helping you break through to the initial success of grade 6 Arcana Masters quickly, Grandmaster Lan Miao suddenly said. Teacher. Will this consume a lot of your origin essence? Zhuowen was startled and immediately asked with a flicker in his eyes. Grandmaster Lan Miao laughed and said, Don't worry. I am a perfect grade 6 Arcana Master. Merely guiding the origin essence around me won't consume much at all. Seeing that Grandmaster Lan Miao was so confident, Zhuowen nodded and did not refuse. He said with a smile, Then I'll have to trouble you, teacher. You can concentrate on absorbing origin essence, and leave the rest to me, Grandmaster Lan Miao waved his hand and said. Zhuowen did not talk nonsense and directly sat cross-legged on the ground. White mist lingered around his body, and he began to absorb the powerful origin essence around him, directly transforming it into mind power in his Naiwen palace. Grandmaster Lan Miao silently looked at Zhuowen below him, took a deep breath, and stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, a terrifying mind power burst out from his right hand. This mind power rushed to the sky like a fountain, and then scattered in all directions. Like countless tentacles, it pulled all the origin essence that was evenly distributed around him. Withdraw. With a light shout, the mind power controlled by Grandmaster Lan Miao suddenly contracted. The origin essence that was distributed in the air was pulled over, and all of it filled the air above Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyelids trembled slightly. He also noticed that the origin essence around him had suddenly become rich. He knew that Grandmaster Lan Miao must have used some kind of method to gather all the origin essence around him. However, he was pressed for time now, so he naturally would not open his eyes. Instead, he began to absorb the origin essence that was gathering around him. With the continuous absorption, the mind power in Zhuowen's Naiwen palace was also growing at a speed that was several times faster than before. Time flew by, and 4 days slowly passed. During these 4 days, Zhuowen sat cross-legged on the 6th floor, constantly absorbing the rich origin essence around him. Grandmaster Lan Miao also silently stood beside Zhuowen, maintaining his mind power to gather all the origin essence around Zhuowen, saving a lot of time for Zhuowen. At this moment, Grandmaster Lan Miao's face was slightly pale. Maintaining the high concentration of origin essence around Zhuowen for 4 days and 4 nights had consumed a lot of origin essence, even for Grandmaster Lan Miao, who was already at complete grade 6. It should be soon. Maintaining the origin essence that is almost 10 times richer for 4 days, Zhuowen should be able to smoothly break through to initial grade 6. Grandmaster Lan Miao stared at Zhuowen's back with bright eyes and murmured softly. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled thunder-like sound resounded. Immediately, the origin essence around Zhuowen suddenly became violent, forming a whirlwind of origin essence that was constantly rotating. It rushed towards the center of Zhuowen's eyebrows, and Zhuowen's aura was also constantly rising at a faster and faster speed. Crack! A sound like an eggshell cracking sounded. Immediately, an extremely frightening gale swept up around Zhuowen's body, constantly blowing in all directions. Zhuowen's loose robe also fluttered and swayed with the wind. Zhuowen suddenly opened his eyes, and a mind power like the heavens might burst out from the center of his eyebrows. Then, the air in the entire space stagnated. You broke through. Grandmaster Lan Miao's smile grew wider and wider. Standing up, Zhuowen's whole temperament changed. It became much thicker and stronger than before, and at the same time, it became much calmer. Turning around, Zhuowen saw Grandmaster Lan Miao's pale face. He bowed and said gratefully, "Teacher, thank you for taking care of me these 4 days and helping me break through to initial grade 6. Zhuowen had seen everything that Grandmaster Lan Miao had done in the past 4 days. That was why he was extremely grateful to him. Ha! After all, you and I are teacher and disciple. How can a teacher not help a disciple? And you didn't let me down. Being able to break through to initial grade 6 in 4 days is very fast." Grandmaster Lan Miao waved his hand and immediately continued, "I remember that you have a grade 5 origin array on you, right? Let me see." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. With a flick of his finger, he took out the ultimate sword array from the spiritual ring and landed in front of Grandmaster Lan Miao. Chapter 1091. Arena. Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with joy. The infinity sword formation had been with him for a long time. He was also used to the usage of the infinity sword formation. Now, if he was asked to give it up, he was really reluctant. Master Lan Miao's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. This way, he could continue to use the infinity sword formation. It would not be like when he came into contact with other primary arrays, where he would be a little unfamiliar with it at the beginning. I roughly know where you live. After I upgrade your primary array, I will naturally send someone to send it to your residence. Didn't you say that you have something urgent today? Now, you can go and do your thing first. After Master Lan Miao kept the infinity sword formation in the spiritual ring, he waved his hand at Zhuowen. Then, I'll have to trouble teacher. After saying that, Zhuowen took a step forward and went down to the 6th floor. When he reached the 5th floor, he attracted the attention of Lang Yao and the others on the 5th floor. It's only been 4 days and this Zhuowen is already out. Could it be that he broke through to the 6th grade initial realm in just 4 days? Lang Yao frowned slightly and muttered to himself in a low voice. Zhuowen's talent was indeed unquestionable. However, even if he was a genius, it was impossible to break through from the 5th grade complete realm to the 6th grade initial realm in 4 days, even if it was the special environment of the 6th floor. When Zhuowen was about to walk down to the 5th floor, Lang Yao suddenly stood up and said to Zhuowen, "Zhuowen, you broke through to the 6th grade initial realm?" As soon as these words came out, Zhuowen's footsteps paused slightly. He nodded and said, "Yes. I was lucky to break through to the 6th grade initial realm. After saying that, Zhuowen did not stop and directly left the 5th floor. Only Lang Yao and more than 10 people were left, staring at each other and sitting on the ground dumbfounded. The arena was a rather popular area in the academy. At the same time, it was also a place where the academy's students were quite popular. Here, there were fierce fists colliding with flesh, soul-stirring crazy battles, and equally shocking battles. The arena was a place where blood and strength were perfectly combined. The rules of the arena were actually very simple. Battles and gambling. That is, under the agreed amount of contribution points, the winner would get all the contribution points, and the loser would get nothing. After all, on the path of martial arts, if it was just boring cultivation, it would be like building a car behind closed doors, and one would only be left behind by others. Only by constantly fighting, accumulating experience in battle, and finding one's own mistakes and shortcomings, could a martial artist continue to make breakthroughs and progress. In the arena, regardless of whether the students were spectating or fighting, they would all be able to gain more or less. Even those who were extremely talented might have a breakthrough on the spot. This was also the fundamental reason why the arena was so popular in the academy. Today's arena was naturally filled with countless figures without exception. As far as the eye could see, it was actually a black mass of human heads. The thunder-like clamor was constantly ringing in everyone's ears. It was extremely ear-piercing, like an electric drill drilling. The arena was divided into many large platforms. Basically, there were martial artists fighting on these platforms. Of course, the academy also had regulations. Although there were no restrictions on the battles in the arena, one must not deliberately kill others. Hence, although many academy students were fighting with their lives on the line, there would not be any danger to their lives. After all, if one were to kill in the arena, he would definitely be severely punished by the academy. The light punishment would be expulsion from the academy, and the heavy punishment would be death. Hence, although the battles in the arena were very intense, the probability of someone dying was still very low. Basically, every platform in the arena was surrounded by quite a number of people. However, there was one platform today that was surrounded by nearly half of the people in the arena. In fact, there were even quite a number of people from the other platforms that were crowding towards this platform. Following the crowd's line of sight, one would be able to see a tall and straight white figure quietly standing at one end of the platform. It was as though he was waiting for something. This person was dressed in white and carried a long sword on his back. His face was handsome and clean. When his eyes opened and closed, there would always be a wisp of frightening radiance erupting from them. These few days, the rumor about Palm Master from the Emperor Pavilion challenging Zhuowen has been spreading like wildfire. Today is the day of the competition. This Palm Master has already gone up the platform. However, why is there no sign of Zhuowen? This Palm Master's talent is extremely terrifying. He has only joined the Emperor Pavilion for half a year and has already become the 4th strongest expert in the Emperor Pavilion. His strength is only below the 3 Pavilion Masters and he is highly regarded by Lu Qing. This Palm Master seems to be the 2nd strongest new student in this year's batch. During the new student recruitment test, it is said that he was defeated by Zhuowen. Today, this Palm Master is challenging Zhuowen to wipe away his previous humiliation and regain the title of the number 1 new student. Below the platform, there was a burst of whispers. Many people cast their gazes towards the white-clothed figure with a fearful expression on their faces. Palm Master's improvement was indeed great. Back then, Palm Master wasn't Du Tao's opponent. However, right now, he only needed one sword to defeat Du Tao. It could be said that he was no longer the same as before. Although the rumor about Zhuowen back then was extremely sensational, it was basically half a year ago. In this half a year, Zhuowen had basically been cultivating in seclusion in the cultivation pagoda and had never asked about the outside world. Therefore, many people had already started to forget about Zhuowen. If it wasn't for the title of the number 1 new student, it was most likely that many students would have already forgotten about the name Zhuowen. However, Palm Master was different. In this half a year, Palm Master would frequently come to the battle arena to challenge those famous seniors. Ever since Palm Master entered the battle arena for half a year, he hadn't tasted a single defeat. Many people in the academy knew that Palm Master wasn't someone to be trifled with. On the viewing platform behind the palm trees, a group of students wearing the same uniform almost occupied the entire viewing platform. Below the stage, many people had expressions of trepidation in their eyes when they saw this group of people. This was because they recognized the identity of this group of people. They were none other than members of the Emperor Pavilion. The leader of this group of people was holding a heavy spear wrapped in cloth. His right hand was holding the spear while his left hand was holding a teacup, leisurely sipping tea. This person was none other than the third pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion, Lu Qing. Beside Lu Qing, there was a black-robed woman with a voluptuous figure. This woman was constantly looking outside, as though she was searching for something. That Zhuowen still isn't here. Could it be that he is too cowardly to come? Lu Xiang curled her lips and spoke with hatred. Don't worry. That fellow will come. If he doesn't come, I'm afraid that the reputation that Zhuowen has accumulated in the past will truly be destroyed. Lu Qing was not the slightest bit anxious as he spoke. Lu Xiang nodded and quieted down. She no longer deliberately searched, but silently waited. Time passed by minute by minute. Very quickly, the sun was high in the sky. However, there was still no one on the opposite side of Palm Master. Below the platform, many people revealed a sliver of impatience in their eyes. What exactly is going on? That Zhuowen still hasn't appeared. Could it be that he is afraid of Palm Master and is avoiding the battle? Due to their impatience, many people below the platform booed. Some of the more excessive people even began to mock and ridicule Zhuowen, who had yet to appear, without any scruples in their words. On the other side of the spectator stand, there were 4 people whose brows were slightly furrowed. A sliver of anxiousness appeared on their faces. These 4 people were Mo Lingtian, Jia Nan, Gatha and Xian Xing. Why isn't Big Brother Zhua here yet? It's already high in the sky. Jia Nan's face was filled with anxiety, his face flushed red as he spoke. Jia Nan. Don't be anxious. There is still 2 hours before the agreed time. I believe that Zhuowen will definitely arrive. Moreover, given Brother Zhua's strength, it is impossible for him to be afraid of Palm Master. Mo Lingtian shook his head. Although there was also a sliver of anxiety, he was much calmer than Jia Nan. Is Big Brother Zhua delayed by something? I haven't seen him in person for the past 4 days. Gatha and Xian Xing exchanged a look, a sliver of anxiety appearing in their beautiful eyes. Let's wait and see. Mo Lingtian shook his head. Time continued to flow like an hourglass. Finally, the sun that was high in the sky began to show signs of setting. There was less than 15 minutes left of the agreed 2 hours. On the battle stage, Palm Master's originally narrowed eyes suddenly opened. A somewhat mocking smile appeared from the corners of his mouth as he spoke in a clear voice, everyone. There is less than 15 minutes left before the agreed time, but that Zhuowen has yet to appear. I believe everyone should have guessed the reason, right? Many people below the stage also revealed looks of indignation. The crowd was stirred up and indignant. It must be that this Zhuowen is afraid of Brother Palm Master's power and is avoiding the battle. Such a coward who doesn't even dare to fight is not qualified to be Brother Palm Master's opponent. On the spectator's stand behind, Lu Qing gently lifted the teacup in his right hand, the corners of his mouth raised in a mocking smile as he echoed in a clear voice. The smile on Palm Master's face grew even wider as he said, "It seems that it is as the third pavilion master said. That Zhuowen doesn't dare to fight. Since he doesn't even dare to fight, then the title of number 1 among the new students doesn't really belong to him. Of course. How can such a coward be worthy of the title of number one among the new students? This title should belong to someone else, and the best candidate now is Brother Palm Master, Lu Qing echoed in a timely manner. The two of them echoed each other like this, and it caused many people below the stage to feel indignant. Everyone cursed Shuo Wen in their hearts for being as cowardly as a mouse. He actually didn't dare to come out and fight, and had really wasted their time waiting. It seems that my challenge to Zhuo Wen back then was unnecessary. Since he doesn't dare to come, then I don't need to wait any longer. Palm Master shook his head and slowly walked down the stage, no longer waiting for Zhuo Wen to appear. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly swept over, bringing with it a sharp sound of tearing the air as it swept directly behind Palm Master. Palm Master, who was about to walk down the stage, had a slight change in his expression. His lifted foot suddenly changed as he stepped to the side, narrowly avoiding the sharp sound of something tearing through the air behind him. Chapter 1092. 500,000 contribution points. Bang! Just as Palm Man's furious cry sounded, the long black blade that was inserted into the ground suddenly emitted a buzzing sound. Immediately, a terrifying aura filled the hilt and blade. Swoosh! The instant this aura rose, the long black blade suddenly rushed out. Its target was Palm Man by the side. Its speed was so fast that it was dazzling. This sudden change in the long black blade had exceeded everyone's expectations. Of course, this included Palm Man, who had shouted furiously. Damn it! Palm Man clearly did not expect the long black blade to have such a change. He cursed angrily and moved his feet in an attempt to dodge the blade that was rushing over. However, the long black blade was too fast. Helpless, Palm Man could only spit out yuan power from his right palm and accurately slap the blade. Swoosh! The thing that caused Palm Man's pupils to shrink was that just as his right palm was about to smash against the long black blade, the strange long blade suddenly changed. It actually bent 90 degrees and rushed towards his forehead. This time around, Palm Man was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, his reaction was fast enough. His neck tilted and he immediately dodged the long black blade that was rushing towards him. Drip! Drip! Fresh blood flowed from Palm Man's right cheek in an arc and flowed down Palm Man's chin. Finally, it dripped down. The gurgling sound of water dripping on the ground appeared so clear and pleasant to the ear. A cherry-red scar actually appeared on Palm Man's cheek. It was a scar caused by the long blade just now. Seeing this scene, the eyes of everyone below the stage revealed a stunned expression. After a short silence, an extremely frightening noise erupted from the surroundings. Palm Man was actually injured by a long black blade that had appeared out of nowhere. Although it was merely a scratch on his cheek, this was a long blade that was not controlled by anyone. If it was able to injure Palm Man, wouldn't the owner of this long blade be able to unleash an extremely great power when wielded by him? The viewing gallery where Lu Qing was at had successively sunk into an atmosphere of silence. Even Lu Qing's right hand, which was holding the teacup, had instantly stiffened when the gurgling sound of water rang out. Who is it? Palm Man suddenly flew backwards. His right hand wiped away the blood on his cheek. His gaze was extremely dark. To have his face slashed by an uncontrollable black saber in front of so many people was an absolute humiliation to him. Brother Palm Man. Weren't you waiting for me earlier? Now that I am here, you are asking me who I am. Oh, that's right, did you like the meeting gift from earlier? A slightly mocking voice resounded in the sky above the spectator stands. The instant this voice rang out, an extremely oppressive sound of something breaking through the air suddenly descended. It was as if a huge object had fallen from the sky. Rumble. A figure smashed onto the battle platform in an extremely barbaric manner. Immediately, a pit that was nearly 10 feet wide was formed in the middle of the battle platform. This figure landed on one knee in the middle of the pit. After which, he slowly stood up and slowly walked out from the endless dust that filled the air. Finally, a handsome young man with cold eyes was revealed. Palm man, palm, 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 after waiting for you for so long, you are finally here. Palm man narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice. Palm Palm's voice was neither soft nor soft, and it just so happened to permeate the surroundings of the battle stage. The astonishment in the eyes of the crowd, which had originally revealed stunned expressions, was replaced by a trace of understanding. It turned out that this youth who had suddenly appeared was the opponent that Palm Palm had challenged this time, Zhuowen. Didn't they say that Zhuowen is a coward? Moreover, Lu Qing had also said that Zhuowen would definitely not be able to withstand a single blow. However, it doesn't seem to be the case now. You are right. That long black blade should be Zhuowen's weapon. Being able to injure Palm Man with a long blade from afar is not something that an ordinary cultivator can do. After Zhuowen's identity was revealed, the crowd below the stage began to whisper to each other. This was because they realized that the Emperor Pavilion's rumors were different from the Zhuowen that they saw now. Given Palm Palm's hearing, he naturally heard all the whispers around him. His expression gradually darkened. That slash from before had indeed caused him to lose face. Hence, the gaze he used to look at Zhuowen had also become somewhat unfriendly. Big Brother Zhuo has finally arrived. This time, we can teach Palm Man and the Emperor Pavilion a lesson. Jia Nan clenched his fists as he looked at the tall figure on the stage. Mo Lingtian, Gatha and Xian Xing also inexplicably heaved a sigh of relief after Zhuowen's appearance. The stone in their hearts had finally been lifted. As expected of Brother Zhuowen. You purposely delayed your arrival until now. Moreover, you also waited until Brother Palm Man was about to leave. You chose this opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind and injure Brother Palm Man in one fell swoop to show off your strength. Brother Zhuowen's style has not changed at all. Just when the surrounding atmosphere was a little gloomy, Lu Qing suddenly stood up and gently clapped his hands. He began to mock and ridicule Zhuowen. With Lu Qing's instigation, many people below the stage revealed strange expressions. It seemed that Zhuowen's attack was indeed a sneak attack. My black saber is clearly a long-range attack. Moreover, it was a frontal attack on Palm Man. Palm Man's strength is not enough. His face was injured by the saber. This scene seems like a sneak attack to you. Brother Lu Qing's ability to distort the truth is getting better and better. Zhuowen retorted. As soon as these words came out, Lu Qing narrowed his eyes and revealed a cold smile. He said, "You're quite good at quibbling. Since you're here, the battle can also begin." At this moment, Palm Man had also regained his calm. He stared indifferently at Zhuowen in front of him and said, "Zhuowen, you've made me wait for a long time. I was actually dragged out by you for so long. However, it's good that you're here. After I defeat you later, this title of #1 new student will be worthy of my reputation." Zhuowen smiled faintly and said, "Worthy of your reputation? I think you're overthinking it. Also, according to the rules of the arena, both sides of the battle will have to pay out the contribution points, right?" As he spoke, Zhuowen's gaze shifted from Palm Man to Lu Qing, who was above the spectator stand. Lu Qing was the third pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion. Naturally, he had a certain degree of decision-making ability. Ha! Naturally, we have to do things according to the rules. This time, our Emperor Pavilion will pay out 100,000 contribution points. I wonder if Junior Zhuowen can take out so many contribution points with his wealth. Lu Qing smiled faintly. The hearts of quite a number of people below the stage trembled slightly when these words were uttered. A wager of 100,000 contribution points was extremely rare in the many fights in the fighting arena. It could be considered a very large wager. Normally, only a fight between some of the more famous geniuses in the academy would use such a large amount of contribution points as a wager. However, Zhuowen shook his head. The former's reaction made the mocking smile on Lu Qing's face even more. He said, "It seems that I've overlooked it. Junior Zhuowen is alone. It's unlikely that he can take out so many contribution points. In that case, I'll reduce it by half to 50,000 contribution points." However, Zhuowen still shook his head. This caused Lu Qing's expression to sink as he said, "Junior Zhuowen. 50,000 contribution points is already the lowest. The bets of our Emperor Pavilion will never be lower than 50,000 contribution points. I think if you can't take out so many contribution points, there's no need to continue this battle. Number 1 among the new students. You can't even take out 50,000 contribution points. Zhuowen, don't you feel embarrassed?" Lu Xiang, who was seated beside Lu Qing, suddenly spoke with her signature sharp voice. It was extremely ear-piercing. The spectators below the stage all had strange expressions on their faces. There were even some who helplessly shook their heads. They originally thought that there would be a heaven-shaking battle to watch. Could it be that the battle was delayed because Zhuowen didn't have enough contribution points? Zhuowen suddenly laughed. He then spoke in a clear voice, "Senior Lu Qing. I didn't say that. The reason I shook my head was not because the bet was too big, but because it was too small." "MHM? Too small?" Lu Qing started. His right hand that was holding onto the teacup stiffened. After that, he continued to smile. "If that's the case, that would be for the best. However, since Junior Zhuowen said that the bet is too small, how much do you think is appropriate?" As the sound of his voice faded, the other members of the Emperor Pavilion behind Lu Qing all had looks of ridicule on their faces. They all claimed that the Emperor Pavilion was a major power and didn't lack contribution points. This Zhuowen was merely a loner. It was already not bad if he could take out 100,000 contribution points. This brat actually felt that it was too little. Could it be that he was slapping his face until it was swollen at its own cost? Hee. How about 500,000 contribution points? Zhuowen stretched out his right hand and gestured 5 times. Gotcha. Lu Qing, who originally planned to slowly sip his tea, when he heard this, his eyes bulged out. He couldn't control the strength in his right hand and crushed the teacup into pieces. The clear shattering sound appeared extremely clear and sweet in this somewhat quiet atmosphere. However, this shattering sound did not cause anyone to frown. The expressions on everyone's faces at this moment had all descended into a dull state. Their faces were stiff. When everyone finally regained their senses, an uproar broke out. The first reaction in their hearts was that Zhuowen was absolutely crazy. A bet of 500,000 contribution points was something that had never appeared in the history of the arena. This was a huge sum. Even for the Emperor Pavilion, a bet of 500,000 contribution points wasn't a small amount. After all, this was just a competition. To bet 500,000 contribution points was definitely considered extravagant. Junior Zhuowen. Are you sure you're not joking? I suspect that you don't have that many contribution points on you, right? Lu Qing frowned and said. Palm Tree, who was standing on the opposite side of the battle stage, had a dark look in his eyes. His face was filled with disbelief. Zhuowen was only a freshman, how could he obtain so many contribution points in such a short period of time? Even though Palm Tree had joined the Emperor Pavilion for half a year, the total amount of contribution points he obtained wasn't even 500,000. This Zhuowen actually took out 500,000 contribution points as a bet from the start. This was too unexpected. You think that I don't have enough? Zhuowen coldly laughed. With a stomp of his foot, he instantly arrived at the top of a pillar that was several feet tall. He swiped the contribution counter on his right hand and instantly, a light screen appeared on the pillar. The number displayed on the light screen was 500,000. Chapter 1093. AO sword technique. At this moment, the huge light screen on the battle stage displayed the number 500,000. It was extremely dazzling. After a brief moment of silence, an uproar broke out below the stage. It really is 500,000 contribution points. Zhuowen is just a new student. How can he have so many contribution points? After a brief moment of silence, the stunned looks in everyone's eyes rapidly turned into shock. 500,000 contribution points. To the majority of the Academy's students, they might not be able to earn that much even after 10 years. However, Zhuowen had only entered the Academy for 7 months and already possessed such a considerable amount of wealth. It was truly somewhat inconceivable. On the other side of the battle stage, Palm Tree's heart violently twitched. How did Zhuowen do it? How could he have so many contribution points? However, if Palm Tree knew that Zhuowen had more than this amount of contribution points, she would probably be so shocked that her jaw would drop. After all, Zhuowen had obtained the spirit rings of Emperor Jin, Emperor Feng, and Emperor Lan. With the wealth of the 3 Emperor stage experts, Zhuowen was able to exchange for more than 1 million contribution points. Therefore, 500,000 contribution points was really nothing to Zhuowen. Zhuowen quietly stood at the top of the pillar and looked down at Lu Qing on the spectator stand. He grinned and said, "Senior Lu Qing. This junior is not joking. If Senior Lu Qing feels that 500,000 contribution points is too much, I can make an exception and reduce the wager a little." Lu Qing narrowed his eyes and his expression was somewhat ugly. Zhuowen's words were ruthless. If he really reduced the wager, wouldn't it mean that his Emperor Pavilion was not as wealthy as Zhuowen, who was all alone? The Emperor Pavilion could not afford to lose face. Humph. 500,000 contribution points, I don't think it's too much. Lu Qing spoke in an indifferent voice. With a stomp of his foot, he also flew to the top of the pillar above the battle stage. With a tap of his right hand, he also inserted 500,000 contribution points. The light screen above the pillar displayed 1 million contribution points. Such a huge number was a huge blow to many people below the stage. Some of the students even revealed greed in their eyes. Of course, this trace of greed only lasted for a moment. Regardless of Lu Qing from the Emperor Pavilion or Zhuowen, both of them weren't existences ordinary people could contend against. This sum of money wasn't something ordinary people could snatch away. Once they did, the consequences would be extremely severe. After Lu Qing returned to the stands, Lu Xiang, who was beside him, frowned and whispered, "Big brother. Isn't it strange for Zhuowen to bet 500,000 contribution points? Could it be that he's very confident in this battle? Ha! Maybe he thinks that after defeating you, his confidence is off the charts. Plus, the palm was once defeated by him, so it's normal for him to look down on the palm. It's just that he doesn't know how much the palm has improved in the past 6 months. After he's defeated, he'll regret his decision now." Lu Qing faintly smiled. Lu Xiang nodded and agreed with Lu Qing's words. She sneered, "This Zhuowen's attitude of looking down on the palm may not be a bad thing for the palm. When he's defeated by someone he once defeated, I wonder what kind of expression this little bastard will have." The corners of Lu Qing's mouth raised slightly, but he didn't reply. However, from the mocking curve of his mouth, one could see that Lu Qing's thoughts were similar to Lu Xiang's. On the battle stage, the palm had also regained his calm. He indifferently stared at Zhuowen and said, "Brother Zhuo. A day apart really feels like 3 years. In just 7 months, you've actually earned 500,000 contribution points. Even I have to admire you. It's a pity that the contribution points you've worked so hard to earn will soon change owners. In the future, they'll belong to me, the palm." As he spoke, the palm slowly took a step forward. A terrifying aura surged out like a tide, and a series of thunderous, ear-piercing sounds rang out from the palm's body. That was the sound of yuan power circulating at high speed in the meridians in the body. Zhuowen sneered and said, it seems that Brother Palm is very confident. However, I think it's too early for you to be happy. The 500,000 contribution points I've put down aren't something you can take as you wish. When the time comes, I'm afraid it'll be troublesome for you. Zhuowen also took a step forward. Slaughter aura pervaded his body, and a terrifying pressure spread out. It was as if countless mountains had descended around Zhuowen. The atmosphere became extremely solemn. The palm really has advanced to mid-heavenly venerable. What a terrifying aura. On the other side, Jia Nan frowned slightly. There was some worry in her voice. Mo Lingtian, Gatha, and Xian Xing all frowned. They could feel that the palm's aura was much more terrifying than when he had first entered. The palm probably already has the qualifications to challenge the heavenly venerable leaderboard. I never thought that he would improve so quickly in half a year, Mo Lingtian sighed softly. Brother Zhuo isn't weak either. Although his cultivation is only at the peak of golden venerable, his true battle prowess is probably no weaker than the palm. I just don't know who'll be stronger if they really fight, Gatha softly agreed. If the two of you have no other objections, we can begin now, Lu Qing said leisurely from the spectator's stand. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the palm with a surging aura stomped his foot. He instantly turned into a bolt of white lightning and rushed toward Zhuowen. Then, he pulled out the long sword on his back with his right hand. A chilling light spread out and shone brightly on the battle platform. Zhuowen quietly stood where he was. Soon after, he clenched his right hand. Immediately, a suction force was generated from his palm. Then, the 7 kills saber, which had fallen to the other side, buzzed and was grasped in his hand. Swoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air suddenly arrived. The palm was extremely fast and had already arrived a few feet in front of Zhuowen. He raised his right hand, which was holding the long sword, and immediately smashed it down heavily. Strands of sword light burst forth and enveloped Zhuowen's entire body. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. He lifted the 7 kills saber in his right hand and accurately blocked the longsword's blade that was enveloped by countless rays of sword light. Bang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. Soon after, the saber and the sword collided, creating sparks. The terrifying force contained in the collision swept out from the saber and the sword, turning into a ring-shaped airwave that spread in all directions. It even spread below the stage. Some of the students who were caught off guard were forced back a few steps by this airwave. Their eyes were filled with shock. He had never imagined that the shockwaves from the collision between the two of them would be so powerful. Furthermore, Zhuowen, who was only at the peak of the Golden Exalt realm, was as unmoving as a mountain in the face of this collision. He was extremely calm. This Zhuowen is not simple. There is quite a gap between his cultivation level and the palm, but he did not fall into a disadvantage in this exchange. This scene was witnessed by many people. Soft whispers rang out. Clearly, Zhuowen's calm performance was beyond many people's expectations. Palm narrowed his eyes. The sword in his right hand changed. It brushed past the blade of the 7 kills saber and continued to stab in front of Zhuowen. His target was Zhuowen's neck. This sword was very sudden and the angle was very tricky. If an ordinary person encountered this sword, they would definitely be flustered and have many loopholes. However, Zhuowen did not. He slowly stretched out his left hand and put 2 fingers together. A terrifying force erupted from between his fingers and caught the long sword that was sweeping towards his neck. Palm only felt that the long sword in his hand was pressed against a hard rock. No matter how much strength he used, he could not make the long sword continue to move forward. Brother Palm. Is this all you've got? With this kind of strength, you want to take the title of #1 new student from me? Don't you think it's ridiculous? Zhuowen's indifferent voice sounded. Immediately, the 7 kill blade swung out horizontally and slashed at the palm tree in front of him. If the palm tree was unable to dodge this attack, it was very likely that it would be cut into two. Retreat. Palm's gaze changed slightly. Yuan power burst out from his right hand and immediately shook off Zhuowen's two fingers that were clamping the tip of the sword. His feet stepped on the void and he flew back dozens of steps, barely avoiding the 7 kills saber that was slashing towards his waist. Palm retreated dozens of steps, but Zhuowen did not retreat from beginning to end. This scene was witnessed by the people below the stage. Many people could not help but have a strange look on their faces. In this first exchange, Palm, whose cultivation level was much higher, was at a disadvantage. Moreover, he looked a little embarrassed. "Brother Palm. Is this the strength you wanted to show me? It doesn't seem like much." Zhuowen's gaze was still indifferent as he said with some sarcasm. As soon as these words came out, not only did Palm's face turn ugly, even the members of the Emperor Pavilion led by Lu Qing in the stands did not look good. Obviously, the result of this first exchange did not satisfy them. "Palm. Don't hold back. Don't show mercy everywhere just because you are all new students. Just finish him off as soon as possible." Lu Qing slowly opened his mouth and his voice was like an ancient well. Palm nodded and immediately looked at Zhuowen fiercely. He sneered and said, "Brother Zhuo. No wonder you were able to become the #1 new student. Your combat strength is indeed far beyond your cultivation level. Unfortunately, the gap between you and me is still too big. I will let you see my true strength. That strength is enough to make you despair. Oh. Are you done with your nonsense? Let's talk about it. You can show your so-called true strength and not boast about how extraordinary your strength is here." Zhuowen said flatly. Palm's face stiffened and immediately revealed a trace of anger. He said, "If that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Take this." As he spoke, Palm's left hand formed a sword sign and his right hand held the sword to the sky. Suddenly, a sword shadow like a snake surrounded the long sword. The fierce sword aura exploded, causing many people to look sideways. Proud sword technique. Chapter 1094. Breaking move. Palm God has actually used the AO sword skill. It seems that he intends to defeat Zhuowen in one fell swoop. Lu Xiang's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Apparently, she did not expect Palm God to use this move. The AO sword skill was an extremely powerful killing swordsmanship. It was also Palm God's most powerful move. In the past 6 months in the Emperor Pavilion, Palm God had only used the AO sword skill once, and that was when he fought against Lu Qing. But now, facing Zhuowen, Palm God had once again used the AO sword skill. Obviously, Zhuowen had given him a lot of pressure, so he used his most powerful killing swordsmanship. Palm God who has used the AO sword skill can even kill an ordinary warrior in the late-stage Heavenly Master realm. Zhuowen's fate has already been decided. Lu Qing slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile. As soon as the AO sword skill was used, many people in the audience burst into an uproar. Many people in the audience had heard of Palm God's most powerful move, the AO sword skill. Many people even looked at Zhuowen opposite Palm God with a hint of pity in their eyes. Obviously, they thought that Zhuowen might not be able to withstand Palm God's AO sword skill. After all, Palm God often mingled in the arena. Many people in the arena knew how strong he was. Although Palm God was at a disadvantage in the first confrontation, it was just a probing confrontation. It was impossible to see the specific strength of the two. Only by fighting with real weapons would it be easy to know who was stronger and who was weaker. Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen looked at the thousands of sword shadows that were rushing straight towards him. A hint of seriousness emerged in his eyes. He could feel that the AO sword skill that Palm God had used was extremely terrifying. Killing momentum. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen stomped his foot to the side. Immediately, the killing momentum was like countless mountains crushing down from the surroundings. For a moment, the air around Zhuowen solidified. The atmosphere stagnated to the extreme. Swoosh! The tens of thousands of sword shadows arrived before Zhuowen in an instant. A wave of killing intent surged out, and it was as if a sword was hanging between Zhuowen's neck. It caused Zhuowen's hair to stand on end as goosebumps rose on his skin. Slash! Zhuowen raised his right hand. Suddenly, the surging killing momentum around Zhuowen's seven slaughtering saber. With a buzz, the seven slaughtering saber's blade emitted an extremely terrifying sharpness. Following Zhuowen's gesture, Zhuowen's hand of the seven slaughtering saber. Following Zhuowen's gesture, the slaughtering momentum of Zhuowen's hand. Clang! The seven kills blade slashed out and heavily slashed at the countless sword shadows. A crisp sound of metal clashing resounded. Soon after, Zhuowen felt a strong force coming from the hilt of his blade, causing him to take a few steps back. The moment Zhuowen retreated, Lu Qing, Lu Xiang and the other members of the Emperor Pavilion in the stands involuntarily revealed a smile. Obviously, Zhuowen's retreat had filled them with confidence in palm art. Zhuowen has indeed retreated. Palm art's AO sword technique is very powerful. Looks like even Zhuowen has some difficulty resisting it. The audience below the stage also noticed Zhuowen's figure retreating. Everyone's eyes were filled with pity, sighs and also gloating. Big brother Zhuowen. Jia Nan and the other three nervously looked at the retreating figure. Their breathing was a little hurried. Clearly, they had also begun to worry about Zhuowen's situation. Ha! Zhuowen, this is just the beginning of the AO sword technique and you are already unable to resist it. Looks like you will definitely lose this battle. Palm art was suspended 100 meters in the air. His feet were stepping on countless sword shadows. His eyes were filled with pride as he looked down at Zhuowen. Originally, the beginning of the battle had already caused him to have a little fear of Zhuowen. However, at this moment, Zhuowen's retreat had caused the fear in his heart to slowly fade away. Zhuowen's face was as calm as water. He did not have any ripples in his heart because of palm art's words. Zhuowen bent his right wrist. Suddenly, the killing aura around his body suddenly converged and gathered in the seven kills blade in his hand. Break! Subsequently, Zhuowen's blade aura changed. There was a killing aura pouring in. The power of the seven kills blade was much more terrifying than before. It was as if the seven kills blade contained an extremely terrifying flood and ferocious beast. Boom! Once again, the seven kills blade slashed out and blasted on the sword shadows in front of him. Immediately, Zhuowen's retreating footsteps finally stopped. Then, Zhuowen roared and the power of the seven kills blade increased several times. Suddenly, the terrifying sword shadows in front of him collapsed. This guy, actually broke it. The smile on Palm Art's mouth suddenly froze and his eyes darkened. After breaking the sword shadows, Zhuowen's feet suddenly stepped out. He actually took the initiative to attack Palm Art. The seven kills blade in his hand was also perfectly combined with the killing aura. It was as if the blade contained layers upon layers of huge mountains, giving people an extremely stagnant and heavy feeling. Palm Art's face was heavy. He said coldly, Zhuowen. The AO sword technique is not over yet. Just now, it was just the beginning. The real power is yet to come. Take this. With that, Palm Art stepped on countless sword shadows and rushed towards Zhuowen with his sword in hand. When he was in front of Zhuowen, the long sword in his right hand suddenly rotated. With a vast aura, it heavily smashed towards Zhuowen's head. Clang! Zhuowen raised his long blade. The blade and sword collided and sparks burst out. The two figures stopped in mid-air as if time had stopped. AO sword soaring through the clouds. Suppress for me. On top of the sword shadows, Palm Master let out a low roar. The long sword in his hand emitted a clear sword hum. Immediately, the surrounding countless sword shadows began to churn, condensing into a thick black cloud of sword shadows behind Palm Master. Palm Tree stepped on the clouds as a gigantic sword shadow that was dozens of feet long appeared behind him. Under Palm Tree's sharp gaze, the gigantic sword shadow shot towards Zhuowen like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Zhuowen. This move, you can't block it. Palm Art's indifferent voice resounded in the clouds. His right hand also began to exert pressure, making Zhuowen unable to block the huge sword shadow from above the clouds. Can't block it? Not necessarily. Zhuowen responded indifferently. Then, a bloody light swept out from his spirit ring and immediately turned into a blood spear. Zhuowen's left hand, which was still free, grasped the blood spear. At the same time, the slaughter momentum was integrated into the blood spear. His left hand pushed up and the tip of the blood spear emitted a demonic bloody color. He fearlessly faced the huge sword shadow. Boom! The sound of the explosion resounded. Then, the blood spear and the sword shadow collided. Zhuowen only felt a strong force and involuntarily stepped back a few steps. The AO sword technique is not something you can block. Break for me. Looking at Zhuowen, who stepped back a few steps, Palm Art's eyes flashed a trace of pride. He took advantage of the opportunity to control the sword shadow and continue to exert pressure on Zhuowen. Not necessarily. Zhuowen spat out these words and pinched a seal. Suddenly, a sorrowful aura spread out from his body. This sorrowful aura became denser and denser. Finally, it formed a mysterious and strange seal behind Zhuowen. It was the Morning Treasure Seal. Like a curse, an invisible force enveloped Palm Art and Palm Art's sword shadow. Then, Palm Art could clearly feel that the power in his body was slowly weakening. The power of the sword shadow was also gradually decreasing. What's going on? What did you do to me? Feeling a part of the power that disappeared out of thin air, Palm Art's face was horrified. He could not help but shout at Zhuowen. Ignorant guy. Zhuowen did not pay attention to the anxious Palm Art. With a cold shout, a blade and a spear once again slashed out. Suddenly, the sword shadow that was originally imposing like a rainbow stagnated and then collapsed inch by inch. At the same time, the long sword that was slashing on the 7-kill blade was also pushed away by Zhuowen. Then, Zhuowen raised his blade and the slaughter force turned into a hurricane and spread out. Palm Art's face changed greatly and he retreated again and again. You want to retreat? It's not that easy. Zhuowen coldly shouted. He took a step forward and once again arrived in front of Palm Art. The 7-kill blade slashed out, showing no mercy. Palm Art's face changed greatly. He really could not figure out how his strength dropped by nearly 30% after Zhuowen suddenly used that strange seal. Originally, he was steadily suppressing Zhuowen, but now he was the one being suppressed. Clang! The 7-kill blade slammed on the long sword. A huge force spread through the blade and into the long sword. Palm Art only felt his right hand go numb under this huge force. The long sword flew out of his hand and flew away. Palm Art's weapon was knocked away. Seeing this scene, everyone below the stage was stunned. They could not understand why Pom, who originally had the upper hand, would suddenly be ruthlessly suppressed by Zhuowen and become so battered and exhausted. Only Lu Qing's pupils shrank. He stood up and stared at the seal that appeared in the void behind Zhuowen. He murmured in a low voice, "This is, the morning seal of the 7 emotions treasured seal." This Zhuowen actually has other contribution points to exchange for such a powerful cultivation technique. After all, the 7 emotions treasure seal was a sage's power technique. It had a good reputation in the outer courtyard. However, very few outer courtyard disciples would exchange for this power technique. Firstly, this power technique was incomplete. There were only 3 seals left of the original 7 Emotions Treasure Seal. Secondly, the price of this 7 Emotions Treasure Seal was too high. One seal cost 150,000 contribution points. This wasn't something an ordinary warrior could afford. Even if some people had so many contribution points, they would not choose the 7 Emotions Treasured Seal. After all, an incomplete cultivation technique could not display its full power. Spending a huge price to exchange for an incomplete cultivation technique was not worth it. Even if this cultivation technique was at the sage level, it was not worth it. It was better to use so many contribution points to exchange for some cultivation techniques that were suitable for oneself. Whoosh! The moment Palm Art's sword was knocked away, Zhuowen rushed out again. The 7-kill blade slashed out again. A surging killing force rolled over, wanting to completely annihilate Palm Art. Bastard! Palm Art roared. His eyes were full of shock and anger. Zhuowen's slash was merciless. If he did not block it, he would end up in a terrible situation. Palm Art spat out Yuan Qi from his right palm and formed a Yuan Qi defensive light shield in front of him. He wanted to block the slash of the 7-kill blade. Puchi. Chapter 1095. Xiaoyu, ah. A miserable cry suddenly sounded. Immediately, the pupils of the crowd below the stage shrunk as they discovered that Pa Suo's right arm had been chopped off by Zhuowen. The fresh blood that splattered on the battle stage appeared extremely demonic and frightening. Pa Suo lost an arm. What happened just now? Lu Xiang's hand gently covered her cherry lips. Her pretty eyes were filled with disbelief as she muttered to herself. Lu Xiang's doubts were also the doubts of many people below the stage. The scene just now was too strange. Zhuowen was clearly suppressed by Pa Suo's AO sword technique. Originally, they thought that Pa Suo would completely defeat Zhuowen with that attack. However, the situation suddenly took a strange turn. Pa Suo seemed to be lacking in strength. His AO sword technique was broken and now, his right arm had been chopped off. All of this happened in a flash and no one could react. It's the grief treasure seal of the 7 Emotions Treasure Seal. Pa Suo's strength was weakened by the grief treasure seal and fell by 30%. Therefore, Zhuowen was able to turn the tables. Lu Qing softly said to Lu Xiang. His expression was quite ugly. Even he did not expect such a situation. It's actually the grief treasure seal. Where did Zhuowen get so many contribution points? Lu Xiang's pretty eyes hardened. She was really unable to understand. After all, Zhuowen had taken out 500,000 contribution points as a wager. Now, he had even exchanged his contribution points for such a precious grief treasure seal. All of this caused her to be unable to understand. Why did Zhuowen have so many contribution points? Pa Suo has been defeated. Lu Qing softly sighed. His eyes revealed a gloomy expression and his heart faintly ached. After all, Pa Suo's defeat meant that he had lost 500,000 contribution points to Zhuowen for nothing. Even though Lu Qing was the 3rd pavilion master of the Emperor Pavilion, he could not help but feel a faint pain in his heart. Thud thud thud. Pa Suo suddenly landed on the battle stage from the sky. His left hand pressed on his right shoulder blade to stop the injury on his right arm. His face was pale as he looked at Zhuowen, who was slowly descending from the sky. His eyes were filled with fear. How did this Zhuowen's strength become even more abnormal than before? He actually defeated him so easily and even cut off one of his arms. Zhuowen. You're too ruthless. You actually chopped off Palm's right arm. You're really cruel. Lu Qing suddenly stood up and stared coldly at Zhuowen. His voice was filled with coldness. Zhuowen raised his head slightly and said with slight ridicule, "Swords have no eyes." Getting injured in a martial arts competition is a rare and common thing. Why did it become a heinous crime in the words of Senior Lu Qing? This is the excellent Divine Institute. How can you be as vicious and merciless as in the outside world, breaking someone's limbs? A person like you doesn't deserve to be called an outer court student, Lu Qing said coldly. Zhuowen's gaze turned cold as he said, I would like to ask Senior Lu Qing. Right now, Pom Pom and I are in the arena. There are countless fights happening in the arena every day. Broken arms and legs are a common occurrence. It's enough as long as it doesn't harm one's life. When the institute doesn't even care, Senior Lu Qing cares so much. Does Senior Lu Qing think that you're better than the dean? Lu Qing's expression froze. In his heart, he thought that this Zhuowen was really sharp-tongued and knew how to talk. However, his expression didn't change as he said, you really have a glib tongue. You actually put me together with the dean. It's because the institute has people like you that the atmosphere has slowly become so distorted. Zhuowen smiled. The 7-murder blade in his hand suddenly pointed at Lu Qing and said indifferently, Senior Lu Qing has said so much. I'm afraid that you're planning to teach me, your junior, a bad influence on the school. Since that's the case, come at me. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding noise suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at each other and looked at Zhuowen in surprise. No one expected that Zhuowen would take the initiative to challenge Lu Qing even though he clearly knew Lu Qing's goal. Could it be that after defeating Pom Pom, this guy was so arrogant that he thought that even Lu Qing was no match for him? Lu Qing was also stunned. After he recovered, an extremely cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He said, You're the one who provoked me. Since you've made such a request, I plan to teach you a lesson. As he spoke, Lu Qing took a step and leaped onto the arena. Pom Pom. You can leave first. On the arena, Lu Qing glanced indifferently at Pom Pom who was not far away. Pom Pom clutched his broken right arm and bowed slightly. He left the arena in a daze. Originally, he thought that this battle would allow him to hold his head high and spread his fame far and wide. He did not expect that he would be defeated again. Moreover, he was defeated twice by the same person. Looking at Pom Pom's lonely back, many people in the audience sighed. Originally, everyone was quite optimistic about Pom Pom. They did not expect the result to be so unexpected. They could not help but sigh. At the moment when Lu Qing flew towards the battle platform, 2 figures sat quietly in a remote corner at the top of the stands. These 2 figures were both women with graceful figures. One of them had black hair like a waterfall, soft and dry, and a pair of autumn eyes that were as clear as water. The other woman's face was covered with a veil. Her eyes were also incomparably beautiful, like the bright stars in the night sky. Through these beautiful eyes, it was not difficult to imagine how devastatingly beautiful the face under the veil was. Wu Shang. Is this the Zhuowen that Mu Qinxue could not forget? Although his strength is not bad, there is still a big gap between him and the top geniuses of our outer court. The woman with black hair like a waterfall suddenly said to the woman with veil beside her. Don't be deceived by this fellow's appearance. Although this fellow's talent can't compare to elder sister Chen Shui's, it is still a bit better than those fellows from the outer court. Moreover, this fellow's strength cannot be measured by his cultivation, I can only describe it as unfathomable. The veiled girl softly said. If Zhuowen was here, he would definitely recognize the graceful woman with veil. Wasn't she the head of the fragrant ink pavilion, Moyan Wushang? The beautiful woman with black hair like a waterfall sitting beside Moyan Wushang was not any less famous than Moyan Wushang in the outer court. She was the pavilion master of the Clear Sound Pavilion, one of the 4 major forces. At the same time, she was also in the top 5 of the Heavenly Sovereign list. Whoosh! Just as the 2 women were discussing softly, a silent figure suddenly appeared not far away from the 2 women, attracting their attention. They saw that this person was slender and well-proportioned, wearing a black robe. His face was bloodless, revealing a sickly paleness. His lips were also a strange dark color, as if he was poisoned. Xiaoyu. Staring at this figure, Moyan Wuxiang and Qin Yin could not help but exclaim in unison. Their voices were full of shock. Xiaoyu was the pavilion master of the vast moon pavilion, and also the first on the heavenly sovereign list. He had always appeared and disappeared unpredictably. He was the most mysterious person on the heavenly sovereign list. Even the other three pavilion masters rarely saw Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's pair of evil black eyes glanced indifferently at Zhuowen's figure on the battle stage. Then, his gaze shifted slightly and landed on Moyan Wuxiang. He said, "Moyan Wuxiang. Is this Zhuowen really the sweetheart that Chen Shui mentioned?" Hearing this, Moyan Wuxiang and Qin Yin finally knew that Xiaoyu, who had always been elusive, actually appeared in the arena today to watch Zhuowen's battle. It turned out that it was mainly because of Mu Qinxue. Back then, when Mu Qinxue was still in the outer court, it could be said that she was stunning. Whether it was her appearance or temperament, Mu Qinxue could be said to be unique and unparalleled. Soon, she was known as the first beauty in the outer court. At the same time, Mu Qinxue's suitors also formed a long line in the outer court. Most of the monstrous geniuses on the heavenly sovereign list also fell in love with Mu Qinxue at first sight. Unfortunately, Mu Qinxue rejected all the suitors. Her reason was that she already had someone she liked. Because of this, many suitors in the outer court were disheartened. Of course, there were also many radical guys who were like sticky candy. They wanted to know who Mu Qinxue's sweetheart was. Unfortunately, Mu Qinxue's mouth was very tight. No one could get any information about her sweetheart from her. Only a few monstrous geniuses who were at the top of the heavenly sovereign list learned the name of Mu Qinxue's sweetheart from Moyan Wuxiang. Among them, Evil Moon, who ranked first on the heavenly sovereign list, was one of the few people who knew that Zhuowen was Mu Qinxue's sweetheart. Evil Moon was arrogant and disobedient. However, his talent was extremely terrifying and his strength was also very strong. At that time, he was only second to Mu Qinxue on the heavenly sovereign list. Later, when Mu Qinxue advanced to the Emperor realm and successfully entered the inner court, Evil Moon naturally became the first on the heavenly sovereign list. At that time, everyone in the outer court knew that Evil Moon had a fanatical love for Mu Qinxue. For this reason, Evil Moon even used all kinds of means to defeat other suitors. It was a pity that the fallen flower had feelings for the heartless brook. Although Evil Moon was extremely fond of Mu Qinxue did not appreciate his feelings. She was neither cold nor indifferent towards Evil Moon. This made Evil Moon extremely vexed. Later, he found out from Moyan Wuxiang that a young man named Shuo Wen was Mu Qinxue's sweetheart. Coincidentally, not long after, Zhuowen also entered the outer court. Most of the students in the outer court did not know about the relationship between Zhuowen and Mu Qinxue. Only Evil Moon and a few others knew about it. During these 7 days, the Emperor Pavilion started to publicize the battle between Zhuowen and Pom Pom. This naturally attracted Evil Moon's attention. Originally, Evil Moon wouldn't care about such a battle. However, he couldn't help but pay attention to Zhuowen's name. It was because of the name Zhuowen that Evil Moon came to the arena for the first time to watch this Zhuowen's battle. Moyan Wuxiang's beautiful eyes flickered, but she did not answer Evil Moon's question. Evil Moon was very strong. She was afraid that if Evil Moon knew that this Zhuowen was Zhuowen, she did not know whether it would be disadvantageous for Zhuowen. Even if you don't say it, I know that this Zhuowen is Qinxue's sweetheart. Chapter 1096. Against Lu Qing, Evil Moon. You're not going to attack Zhuowen, are you? Moyan Wuxiang's beautiful eyes were full of vigilance. She was very clear about Evil Moon's feelings for Mu Qinxue. Now that she knew that Zhuowen was Mu Qinxue's sweetheart, she was most afraid that Evil Moon would attack Zhuowen. Evil Moon was ranked first on the Celestial Master list. Even Moyan Wuxiang could not see through his strength. After all, Evil Moon had the record of killing a first-level Emperor Realm expert. He was the undisputed number one person in the outer court. Although Zhuowen had a lot of secrets and trump cards, and his strength was not weak, against Evil Moon, it was like throwing an egg against a rock. The two were not at the same level at all. Evil Moon sneered and said, "You think too highly of Zhuowen, don't you? He's just at the peak of the Golden Venerable Realm. Does he need me to attack him? I'm afraid Lu Qing can easily deal with Zhuowen." Although Lu Qing's cultivation was the same as Pom-Pom's at the middle stage Celestial Master realm, Lu Qing was a monstrous genius ranked 30th on the Celestial Master list. His combat strength was much stronger than Pom-Pom's. Moreover, Lu Qing's aura should be half a step into the late-stage Celestial Master realm. He was much more terrifying than Pom-Pom. In Evil Moon's eyes, Zhuowen's victory over Palm Tree was nothing. Moyan Wuxiang saw that Evil Moon did not intend to deal with Zhuowen and could not help but sigh. Fortunately, Evil Moon was also a person who thought highly of himself. It was impossible for him to lower himself to deal with a freshman like Zhuowen. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Zhuowen and Lu Qing. In addition, Evil Moon and the other two were in a relatively remote place in the stands. Therefore, no one noticed the three top 5 on the Celestial Master list. In the fighting ring, Zhuowen stared at Lu Qing in front of him with some mockery and said, "Senior Lu Qing. The reason why you slandered me just now was to find an excuse to fight with me, wasn't it? Actually, you don't have to be like this, because I, Zhuowen, came to the arena today not only to accept Pom's challenge, but also for another purpose, which is you, Senior Lu Qing." Hearing this, Lu Qing's pupils constricted. He snorted coldly and said, "For me? Looks like you've become very arrogant after defeating Pom. But it just so happens that I can end your arrogance this time." As he spoke, Lu Qing took a step forward and arrived at the pillar above the battle platform. He said in a clear voice, "Old rules. The wager for this battle is still 500,000. What do you think?" After he finished speaking, Lu Qing looked somewhat provocatively at Zhuowen below. However, the latter shook his head. This caused Lu Qing's gaze to darken slightly as he said, "Junior Zhuowen, what is the meaning of this? Are you going back on your word?" Zhuowen shook his head again and sneered, "Of course not. However, I feel that we can raise the stakes. How about 1,000,000 contribution points?" Hua! As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar in the surroundings. They looked at Zhuowen with a slightly strange gaze. Isn't this Zhuowen a little too careless? Previously, many people did not understand why he invested 500,000 contribution points in the battle with Pom. Of course, after Zhuowen defeated Pom, many people felt slightly relieved. But now, Zhuowen faced Lu Qing. Not only did he dare to fight, but he also dared to double the wager from 500,000 to 1,000,000. Zhuowen's performance could be described as arrogant. Moreover, the wager for this battle had completely broken the record of the previous battles in the battle arena. It had even far surpassed the previous records. A single battle was worth 1,000,000 contribution points. In the eyes of many people, this was an unimaginable sum. The news of this arena battle would most likely spread throughout the academy, and Zhuowen would once again be at the forefront of public opinion within the academy. Lu Qing's expression also completely froze. His right hand, which was placed on the top of the pillar, stiffened in mid-air, unable to be put down for a long time. "Senior Lu Qing. Don't you want to bet?" Zhuowen joked. After regaining his senses, Lu Qing took a deep look at Zhuowen and said in a low voice, "I'll bet. Someone is giving me 1,000,000 contribution points for free. Why wouldn't I, Lu Qing, dare to bet? My 1,000,000 contribution points are already on the pillar. Next, it's your turn to take out 1,000,000 contribution points." Zhuowen spoke again. Lu Qing's face sank and said, I know this. I don't need you to remind me. As he spoke, Lu Qing swiped his right hand on the pillar. Suddenly, the 1 million contribution points rose to 1.8 million. Obviously, Lu Qing did not have enough contribution points. Senior Lu Qing. It seems that it's still not enough. Zhuowen's indifferent voice sounded again, causing a vein to bulge on Lu Qing's forehead. Lu Xiang. All of you, take out your contribution points and see if you can gather 200,000. Lu Qing's face was gloomy as he spoke to Lu Xiang and the other members of the Emperor Pavilion. Lu Qing's action naturally attracted the attention of the other people around the stage. In particular, when they saw Lu Qing actually asking for contribution points from the other members of the Emperor Pavilion, everyone's eyes were filled with a strange expression. However, everyone quickly revealed an expression of relief. 1 million contribution points was not a small sum. It was impossible for Lu Qing to take out so many contribution points in one go. After hearing Lu Qing's instructions, Lu Xiang and the other members of the Emperor Pavilion were all flustered. They barely managed to gather 200,000 contribution points and handed them over to Lu Qing. After which, they were transferred to the contribution points counting pillar on the battle stage. I initially thought that since the Emperor Pavilion is one of the 4 hegemonic powers of the Academy, it should be extremely wealthy no matter what. A mere 1 million contribution points shouldn't be a problem. But now, it seems that I overestimated the Emperor Pavilion. Lu Qing, who had originally gathered 1 million contribution points, sighed softly in his heart. However, when he heard Zhuowen's somewhat mocking words at this moment, his gaze stiffened. Soon after, an extremely dense ice-cold expression appeared on his face. You can only rely on your tongue. In any case, the 2 million contribution points will once again land on me. You only have this little time to jump around in front of me. Lu Qing slowly landed on the battle stage. His gaze was bone-chilling. A murderous intent immediately surged out and firmly locked onto Zhuowen. Looks like they are going to fight. This Zhuowen dared to provoke Lu Qing. I'm afraid that he has some powerful techniques on him. After all, this fellow has hidden his strength deeply and even defeated Palm Tree. You are wrong. The gap between Palm Tree and Lu Qing is still very large. The former is merely a new student who has entered the academy for 7 months while Lu Qing is a monstrous genius on the Tianzuan ranking. The two of them cannot be mentioned in the same breath. When Lu Qing landed on the battle stage again, the surrounding people immediately revealed looks of anticipation. Whispers began to spread like the center of a storm. Lu Qing was a monstrous genius ranked 30th on the Tianzuan ranking. Zhuowen was a rising star who had defeated Palm Tree. What kind of sparks would be created when the two of them collided? Dang dang dang. Lu Qing slowly walked towards Zhuowen. With every step he took, an extremely violent aura would surge out from his body. This aura was like a volcanic eruption. Countless pressure surged out in the surroundings, emitting a fine hissing sound as it tore through the air. Junior Zhuowen. You have provoked me time and time again. This is not a wise move. Today, I will let you know how powerful a genius on the Tianzuan ranking is. When Lu Qing finally arrived within 10 steps of Zhuowen, he stopped. His aura also surged to the extreme. The surrounding air formed a ring-shaped cyclone, emitting an extremely sharp whistling sound. Feeling the strong aura from Lu Qing, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes, revealing a trace of caution. This Lu Qing was indeed extraordinary. Just the aura he exuded was far stronger than Palm Tree. Let's fight. Zhuowen did not say much. With his right hand holding the 7-kill saber, Zhuowen took a step forward and swept towards Lu Qing. His speed soared to the point where only afterimages could be seen. You are really bold to take the initiative to attack. Lu Qing narrowed his eyes and laughed. He did not pull out the black heavy spear on his back. Instead, he took a step forward and attacked Zhuowen with his bare hands. You are the arrogant one. You don't even need to use a weapon to fight me. Zhuowen naturally noticed Lu Qing's little action. With a cold snort, he arrived in front of Lu Qing in an instant. The 7 kills saber in his right hand slashed out horizontally. At the same time, the killing aura poured into the blade, causing the aura of the 7 kills saber to rise to the extreme. I don't need to draw my spear to deal with you. Lu Qing chuckled. With a twist of his right hand, surging yuan power gushed out and attached to the surface of his hands. It was as if he was wearing a pair of steel gloves, extremely tough and powerful. Clang! The 7 kills saber slashed horizontally and instantly collided with Lu Qing's hands. An extremely sharp and ear-piercing sound of metal clashing erupted. Then, Zhuowen was shocked to find that the gloves attached to Lu Qing's hands were extremely tough. The 7 kills saber only left a shallow mark on the surface, and Lu Qing was unscathed. I said that I don't need to use a weapon to deal with you. Lu Qing smiled sinisterly. Immediately, his right hand clasped the blade of the 7 kills saber. His left hand stretched out horizontally, like a cunning poisonous snake, toward Zhuowen's chest. He intended to attack Zhuowen's heart. Zhuowen's eyes were cold. His left hand formed a palm, and a wisp of golden Buddhist power permeated his palm. It was like an indestructible golden stone, and he similarly blasted out a palm. Bang! When the two palms collided, a muffled thunder-like sound rang out. Immediately, this sound continued to ring out without interruption, as if countless thunderbolts were being born in the dark clouds. It was extremely ear-piercing. The moment this sharp sound rang out, a heaven-like power ripple spread out from between the palms, radiating out in a ring-shaped air wave. The surrounding space seemed to have begun to become unstable. Back off! Lu Qing shouted, and an extremely strong yuan power gushed out from his palm. It was as if a towering mountain was crushing Zhuowen's palm. This caused Zhuowen's expression to change slightly, and he could not help but take a few steps back. Thud thud thud. The battle between the two only lasted for a blink of an eye. After the muffled thunder-like sound rang out, the two separated. Zhuowen took 7 steps back, while Lu Qing only took 3 steps back. Chapter 1097. Fierce Battle, Pavilion Master. Teach this brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth a lesson. Let him know the prestige of our Emperor Pavilion. A mere peak golden venerable defeated a few heavenly venerables and he thinks he's the best in the world. Pavilion Master, you must teach this frog at the bottom of the well a lesson. Zhuowen's retreat immediately attracted the loud mockery and ridicule of the Imperial Pavilion members in the stands. You overestimate yourself. Do you really think Pomdeva is on par with my big brother? Do you think you can compete with my big brother just because you defeated Pomdeva? You're simply a frog at the bottom of the well. Lu Xiang lifted her chin slightly with a hint of mockery in her beautiful eyes. On the other side of the stands, Mo Lingtian, Jia Nan, and the other two clenched their fists tightly and frowned slightly. They did not expect Lu Qing to be so powerful. Without using a weapon, he actually forced Zhuowen to retreat. Zhuowen. There are so many geniuses in the academy and countless heavenly venerables. However, only 32 people can enter the heavenly venerables list. Do you really think the geniuses on the heavenly venerables list are undeserved? After forcing Zhuowen to retreat, Lu Qing stood proudly and stared indifferently at Zhuowen. After controlling the vitality of the blood-soul tree and healing the wound on his left hand, Zhuowen's gaze returned to Lu Qing. His expression became extremely serious. It seemed that he was indeed a little arrogant before. Although Lu Qing's cultivation was the same as Pomdeva's, he was a middle-stage heavenly venerables. However, his combat strength far exceeded the latter's. No wonder Lu Qing could be ranked on the heavenly venerables list. I was a little arrogant before. However, I think I can still force you to use your weapon and even defeat you. With that, Zhuo took a step forward, and his speed grew faster and faster. A gust of wind whistled out from his body. Afterwards, a monstrous, blood-red demonic aura surged out from Zhuo body. Zhuo black hair was dyed red, and his black eyes became blood-red. First stage bedevilment. Merge the demonic Tao of slaughter into the momentum of slaughter. Kill. With a low cry, the aura around Zhuowen's body became even more terrifying than before. Waves of bloody aura wrapped around his body, causing the current Zhuowen to appear distant and mysterious, as if an ancient demon had been born. This fellow's aura had grown stronger again. What kind of secret technique is this? Lu Qing was stunned when he sensed the sudden increase in Zhuowen's aura. Zhuowen's sudden surge of aura naturally attracted the attention of others below the fighting ring, especially when they saw Zhuowen's blood-red hair and blood-red eyes. Many people were shocked. Devil Path secret technique? He really knows a lot of unorthodox things. But even if this kid has a lot of tricks, it's useless. The gap between him and Lu Qing is like a chasm that's impossible to make up for. In a remote corner of the stands, Evil Moon sneered. He was somewhat disdainful of Zhuowen's bedevilment secret technique. Moyan Wuxiang, who was sitting not far away, shook his head and sneered, I don't think so. Zhuowen may not lose this time. Qing Yin stuck out her tongue. Naturally, she could feel the tension between Moyan Wuxiang and Evil Moon. She shrugged and said, there's nothing to argue about. When the result comes out, everything will be revealed. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Zhuowen's bloody shadow swept in front of Lu Qing. He raised the 7 slaughter blade above his head and immediately slashed down. This blade contained not only the momentum of slaughter, but also the demonic Tao of slaughter that Zhuowen had comprehended. When the two were combined, the power was much stronger than before. Lu Qing frowned slightly. Although he could vaguely feel that Zhuowen's blade was different from the previous one, Lu Qing was not too worried about his own confidence. He also raised his hands, and Yuan power flowed out and surrounded the surface of his palms. Clang! The crisp sound of collision rang out again. This scene was very similar to the previous one. Lu Qing still blocked Zhuowen's 7 slaughter blade with his bare hands, but the result was completely different. Gotcha! A somewhat muffled cracking sound was heard. Soon after, Lu Qing was stunned to discover that traces of cracks had appeared on the surface of the Yuan power gloves on his hands. What's going on? Why is this guy's blade momentum so much stronger than before? Lu Qing exclaimed in a low voice. However, his exclamation did not last long. The 7 kills saber's aura was like a rainbow, and the saber's blade flashed with a peerless sharpness. Finally, the origin power gloves on his hands were shattered on a large scale. Retreat! Feeling the cracks spreading on the Yuan power gloves, Lu Qing's pupils shrank to the extreme. He stomped his feet and immediately flew back, trying to get out of the range of the 7 slaughter blades' blade momentum. You want to retreat now? It's a little late. Zhuowen's chilling voice was transmitted over. Immediately, the 7 kills blade swept over. Lu Qing's left pinky and ring fingers were cut off by the 7 kills blade as he was caught off guard, causing blood to spurt out. Dang! 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 Lu Qing retreated dozens of steps, covering the 2 broken fingers on his left hand. Bright red blood slowly flowed down from the gaps between his right fingers. The blood dripped on the battle stage, making a dripping sound. Although his voice was very soft, compared to the somewhat quiet atmosphere around him, it actually seemed so loud and clear, clearly echoing in everyone's ears. Lu Qing is injured. Looking at the blood dripping on the battle stage, the surrounding people fell into a short silence, and then a burst of noise broke out. In the stands, the people of the Emperor Pavilion, led by Lu Xiang, also fell silent. There was a trace of astonishment in their eyes. Even they did not expect that Lu Qing would have 2 fingers cut off in this confrontation. Ha! Xiaoyu, do you still dare to say that Lu Qing will win this battle? In a remote corner of the stands, Moyan Wushang sneered. Xiaoyu frowned slightly and said indifferently, Moyan Wushang. Don't forget, Lu Qing has not used the black iron heavy spear. Just now, he fought with Zhuowen with his bare hands. If Lu Qing is serious, this Zhuowen will definitely lose. That's not necessarily true. Moyan Wushang shook her head slightly, her beautiful eyes once again looking at the tall and straight figure. You're courting death. The silence on the battle stage only lasted for a moment before it was broken by an angry voice. The wounds on Lu Qing's 2 broken fingers on his left hand had already healed. He stared at Zhuowen in shock and anger. For the first time, he was actually injured by an ant that he looked down on in front of so many people. This was absolutely humiliating for Lu Qing. Boom! Lu Qing pulled his right hand in front of his chest, and suddenly, the black iron heavy spear on his back was fiercely held in his hand. Immediately, the end of the spear's handle was heavily smashed on the ground. The oppressive heavy feeling caused the entire battle stage to fall into an extremely violent tremor. At the same time, the eyelids of the people around the battle stage twitched slightly. It seemed that Lu Qing was going to use the black iron heavy spear. This Zhuowen was probably going to be unlucky. Good, good, good. You've successfully angered me. As a reward, I'll torture you and let you feel a deep sense of shame. Lu Qing stared fiercely at Zhuowen and gnashed his teeth. Zhuowen stood quietly and stared indifferently at Lu Qing in front of him. He said, Come on then. Barking like a dog over there, do you really think you can beat me up? As soon as these words came out, Lu Qing's face froze. His eyes gradually became bloodshot, and the veins on his forehead were exposed. Zhuowen had finally succeeded in angering him. Die! With a low cry, Lu Qing's right leg suddenly jumped. Immediately, the black iron heavy spear on the ground was lifted up by his leg. Next, Lu Qing's right palm heavily smashed onto the handle of the black iron heavy spear. Surging yuan power was spat out, and the black iron heavy spear was like an arrow that had been shot out from a bow. Swoosh! A slightly ear-piercing whistle suddenly resounded on the battle stage. Soon after, the crowd discovered that the huge black iron heavy spear was accompanied by a terrifying hissing sound and compressed air as it directly rushed towards Zhuowen. Zhuowen's pupils shrunk. The aura emitted by the black iron heavy spear actually caused him to faintly feel apprehensive. Slash! Zhuowen was as immovable as a mountain. His right hand raised the blade above his head and suddenly chopped down. The massacre momentum and the massacre demon way perfectly merged together, mobilizing the force of heaven and earth. In an instant, the air around Zhuowen froze. A terrifying heavy pressure came crushing down, forming countless spiraling forces. Rumble! The 7 murders blade heavily hacked onto the tip of the black iron heavy spear. Soon after, Zhuowen was shocked to discover that an extremely terrifying huge force was transmitted from his right hand. This huge force spread out and actually caused the web between his thumb and index finger to become numb. Such a powerful force. Zhuowen's eyebrows slightly knitted. Under this huge force, he could only feel the blood in his body boiling. Soon after, he continuously retreated. The 7 murders blade pressed against the black iron heavy spear, emitting an extremely loud metallic sound. Dang dang dang. Crisp footsteps continuously sounded out, while Zhuowen was still retreating. When his foot stepped on the edge of the battle stage, Zhuowen let out a fierce roar. All the strength in his body gathered on his feet. His right foot ruthlessly stomped on the surface of the battle stage. The terrifying strength actually caused the rocks at the edge to crack. Finally, at the edge of the battle stage, Zhuowen's figure finally stopped. His right hand, which was holding onto the 7 murders blade, faintly trembled. A trace of cherry-red blood flowed out from the web between his thumb and index finger. Unexpectedly, you were not blasted out of the battle stage by this spear. It seems that your strength has somewhat exceeded my expectations. However, this is also to my liking. I have yet to properly torture you. How can I defeat you so quickly and eliminate you? Lu Qing stepped on the empty air and instantly landed on the handle of the black iron heavy spear. His long black robe fluttered under the whistling wild wind, making flapping sounds as he looked down at Zhuowen from above. Kneel down. Lu Qing let out a sinister laugh. His right foot suddenly stomped on the black iron heavy spear. Immediately, an even more terrifying huge force spread out. Soon after, Zhuowen let out a muffled groan. His knees actually bent slightly and he almost knelt on the ground. You are quite tenacious. It is better for you to kneel down. Lu Qing coldly snorted. He once again lifted his right foot and heavily stomped down. This time around, the force was even stronger than before. He believed that Zhuowen would definitely kneel down. Second level bedevilment. Chapter 1098. Dragon Stepping Spear Boom. A muffled thunder-like sound reverberated across the entire battle stage. Soon after, Lu Qing, who was standing on the heavy black iron spear, was stunned to discover an extremely frightening force surging from the heavy black iron spear under his feet. This enormous force was just like a ripple in water as it rushed out from under Lu Qing's feet and spread to his limbs and bones, causing his entire body to feel numb. This fellow, why has his strength increased again? Lu Qing's eyes finally revealed a trace of astonishment as he sensed the enormous force transmitted from under his feet and the heavy black iron spear that was continuously loosening. Be suppressed. Lu Qing once again let out a stern cry as he stepped on the heavy black iron spear for the third time. The force that this step created was unprecedentedly powerful. It was as though 100,000 feet tall mountain was pressing down on him. It was extremely frightening. Bang bang bang. The heavy black iron spear emitted an intense buzzing sound. Soon after, a continuous series of explosive sounds resounded. At this moment, Zhuowen, who was being suppressed by the heavy black iron spear, was emitting an increasingly frightening murderous demonic aura. His blood hair extended to his waist and his eyes became increasingly blood red. His aura was completely different from before. Back off. Zhuowen let out a low cry. The muscles on his right hand tightened and shot out like a cannonball. Soon after, waves of enormous force spread around him and the heavy black iron spear that was pressing down was actually pushed aside by his blade. Swoosh! After the heavy black iron spear was pushed aside, a sharp whistling sound spread. The heavy black iron spear rolled a couple of times in the air before shooting towards the sky. Lu Qing's eyes were gloomy as he retreated dozens of steps back. He stood in the middle of the battle stage and frowned as he stared at Zhuowen in front of him. At this moment, a rich murderous demonic aura lingered around Zhuowen's body. The churning murderous demonic aura formed numerous spiraling forces that lifted Zhuowen's blood-colored long hair, causing the latter to appear extremely demonic. Lu Qing, who is holding the heavy black iron spear, has been forced back. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people all revealed astonished expressions. Originally, Lu Qing's domineering aura had completely crushed Zhuowen, but they did not expect such a sudden reversal to occur. Moreover, everyone was keenly aware that the aura in Zhuowen's body was much stronger than before. Moreover, this aura was very strange. It carried a trace of strange demonic nature, which made people's hearts tremble. Lu Qing's eyes also had a trace of seriousness. He did not expect Zhuowen's strength to increase. At this moment, Zhuowen, who was like an Asura, gave him a great shock and impact. Thud thud thud. Zhuowen walked towards Lu Qing step by step. Every step he took caused the ground beneath his feet to crack. Senior Lu Qing. Didn't you want to torture me? Why are you retreating instead? Zhuowen said with a cold smile as he walked over step by step. Hearing this, Lu Qing's face darkened. He said, "You think you're stronger than me just because you forced me to retreat? Then I'll show you the real gap between you and me." As he spoke, Lu Qing stomped his foot, and with a twist of his right hand, he caught the black iron heavy spear that was sent flying into his palm. Lu Qing shot out like a cannonball, and the tip of the heavy spear emitted a sharp whistling sound as it tore through the air. "Good!" Zhuowen shouted in a low voice, and his footsteps quickened. The rolling demonic slaughter aura formed a fierce hurricane that gathered in the 7 kills saber in his right palm. Clang! 2 afterimages instantly collided with each other, and then a slightly ear-piercing sound of metal clashing resounded. The 7 slaughter blade and the dark steel heavy spear heavily collided, and dazzling sparks gushed out from between the 2 weapons. Junior Zhuowen. No matter what kind of secret technique you use to raise your aura so much, it's just a secret technique. It's not your own strength. Let's see how long you can last in this state. Lu Qing stared indifferently at Zhuowen in front of him. His voice was as cold as winter. In his opinion, Zhuowen's demonic state should be due to him using some secret technique to forcibly raise his strength. There would definitely be some side effects. Whatever Senior Lu Qing thinks. It might be more effective if you can defeat me. Zhuowen smiled faintly and flicked the 7 kills saber in his right hand. Suddenly, rolling demonic slaughter aura burst out and burst towards Lu Qing. Lu Qing's eyes narrowed and he snorted coldly. He twisted his right hand and the heavy black iron spear suddenly spun violently. A cold aura gushed out. Clang! The 2 collided again. Suddenly, Zhuowen and Lu Qing separated. Both of them retreated dozens of steps and stared at each other solemnly. Again. Zhuowen shouted and rushed out again. His aura was like a rainbow. The 7 kills saber carried an unparalleled force and blasted towards Lu Qing again without any fear. Humph! Arrogant brat! Lu Qing snorted coldly. He held the heavy black iron spear in his right hand and also rushed out. A wild force gushed out. Lu Qing's black hair and black robe fluttered. Boom! 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 The 2 of them collided again. Soon after, extremely terrifying explosions erupted. The 2 of them were like crazy demons, constantly waving the weapons in their hands to greet each other. Sharp sounds of collisions, bright sparks, and constantly flashing black shadows formed an extremely shocking scene on the fighting ring. Zhuowen can actually fight head-on with Lu Qing, who is wielding a heavy black iron spear. How terrifying! Looking at the 2 figures constantly flashing on the battle stage, many people's eyes revealed shock. Lu Qing was a monster ranked 30th on the Heavenly Sovereign list. Naturally, his strength was obvious to all. Many people thought that this should be a one-sided battle. However, the result was unexpected. Zhuowen's strength erupted again and again, and he actually resisted many of Lu Qing's attacks. Now that Lu Qing was wielding a heavy black iron spear, Zhuowen was still in a stalemate with the former without being at a disadvantage. Zhuowen's unexpected performance time and time again caused the people below the stage to begin to doubt whether there was a limit to his strength. Bang! Another explosion rang out. Then, an extremely terrifying shockwave erupted between the 7 kills saber and the heavy black iron spear. Zhuowen and Lu Qing separated again. At this moment, Lu Qing's eyes were filled with a dense solemnity. He coldly said, "Junior Zhuowen. It seems that I have underestimated you. You are actually able to display such powerful strength. You are qualified to make me use my true strength." As he spoke, Lu Qing suddenly fell from the sky. Accompanied by the hissing sound of tearing air, he smashed onto the ground. A terrifying force spread out, and the battle stage trembled violently. The surface of the stage began to faintly crack. Both of Lu Qing's hands formed a complicated seal. Next, a surging stream of energy surged out and Lu Qing's aura rose to another level. It was as though the flood and ferocious beast sealed within his body had been completely released. Dragon-treading spear. Lu Qing let out a low cry. His foot suddenly kicked the heavy black iron spear as surging yuan power poured out. Immediately, the heavy black iron spear in front of him surged into the air. After which, Lu Qing leaped out and violently stepped on the heavy black iron spear. Roar! A loud dragon roar burst out. Then, the heavy black iron spear under Lu Qing's feet began to emit waves of cold air. The cold air continuously adhered to the heavy black iron spear, and finally formed a huge ice dragon that was hundreds of feet long. It's the dragon-treading spear. Lu Qing actually used this move. Zhuo Wen is going to be in trouble. Looking at the ice dragon formed by the heavy black iron spear, many people below the stage narrowed their eyes. The dragon-treading spear was Lu Qing's famous move. It was extremely powerful. Back then, this move had seriously injured a peak heavenly venerable expert. It was terrifying. Junior Zhuowen. The power of the dragon-treading spear is terrifying. Even I can't restrain its power. I think you should admit defeat in advance. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I won't be able to restrain the power of the dragon-treading spear and hurt you, Lu Qing said coldly as he stood on the ice dragon. Zhuowen looked up and stared at Lu Qing, who was on the ice dragon, and said indifferently, Senior Lu Qing, feel free to use it. I, Zhuowen, will accept it all. Arrogant brat. Then I'll let you have a good taste of the power of the dragon-treading spear. Lu Qing's eyes were dark. He coldly snorted and stomped his foot. Suddenly, the ice dragon under his feet roared and swooped down. A terrifying ice-cold air swept out, as if it could even freeze the air. Swoosh! The ice dragon was extremely fast. With a slight sway of its huge body, it could throw out an extremely terrifying ice-cold air. It was like a snowstorm, which was horrifying. Zhuowen's eyes were extremely solemn. The 7 kills saber in his hand slashed out again. A blood-red saber shadow swept out from the void and slashed down on the ice dragon. Boom! The ice dragon swung its tail and smashed heavily on the blood-red saber shadow. A terrifying power gushed out, and the blood-red saber shadow completely collapsed under the attack of the dragon's tail. Thump! 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 Zhuowen grunted and retreated dozens of steps. His gaze became extremely grave. The might of this huge ice dragon had somewhat exceeded his expectations. The saber image formed by the combination of the slaughtering momentum and the slaughtering demonic way had actually been broken apart so easily. Swoosh! The ice dragon roared and swooped down again. The bone-chilling coldness made Zhuowen's hair stand on end. The ice dragon gave him a strong sense of crisis, as if it could take his life at any time. Junior Zhuowen. I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and surrender immediately, and I'll restrain the ice dragon. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be seriously injured later. At that time, you can't blame me. Lu Qing's eyes were a little solemn. The power of the dragon-treading spear was terrifying. Even he couldn't control it. Zhuowen was only at the peak of the Golden Sovereign stage. He was a little afraid of this move. If Zhuowen was seriously injured and killed, it would violate the Academy's rules. I, Zhuowen, don't need this opportunity. Senior, go ahead and use it. Zhuowen spat out these words indifferently. Immediately, Lu Qing's eyes darkened. Lu Qing sneered and said, looks like you're really courting death. Then, I'll fulfill your wish. Chapter 1099. Devour. The moment the ice dragon swooped down at Zhuowen, the entire battle platform was enveloped by a terrifying chill. It was as if the battle platform had turned into a world of ice and snow. The bone-chilling cold spread out, causing the surface of the battle platform to be covered in sparkling and translucent ice crystals. The black iron heavy spear was taken from the peak of the Changhan Mountain in the extreme north of the excellent God Island. It was made from a piece of black iron stone that had been nurtured by the cold air of the Changhan Mountain for thousands of years. The black iron heavy spear contained the cold air that had accumulated for thousands of years. Junior Zhuowen, do you think you are a match for me? Lu Qing stood proudly on the ice dragon and looked down at Zhuowen, who was getting closer and closer. His eyes were filled with a sneer. The dragon-treading spear was a set of spear techniques that he had created himself. It was extremely powerful and was also Lu Qing's strongest move. In the past, Lu Qing had used the dragon-treading spear as a mid-stage heavenly venerate to severely injure a peak heavenly venerate powerhouse. If that powerhouse hadn't fled quickly, Lu Qing could have even used this move to annihilate that peak heavenly venerate powerhouse. Although Zhuowen's combat strength was terrifying and had exceeded Lu Qing's expectations, the former was only a peak golden sovereign. No matter how heaven-defying he was, it was impossible for him to be a match for a peak heavenly master. Therefore, in Lu Qing's opinion, Zhuowen would not be able to resist the power of the dragon-treading spear. What a terrifying chill! Lu Qing's dragon-treading spear can release such a terrifying chill. The moment the cold air filled the battle stage, many people in the audience were forced to retreat. Some unlucky fellows were unable to retreat in time and the cold air invaded their bodies, causing them to shiver and their limbs to stiffen. Dragon-treading spear. I did not expect Zhuowen to be able to force Lu Qing to use the dragon-treading spear. He does have some skills. Evil Moon, who was in the corner of the spectator stand, frowned slightly. Wu Shang. This Zhuowen is really not simple. He is merely at the peak of the Golden Venerate realm, yet he was able to force Lu Qing, who was at the middle stage of the Heavenly Venerate realm, to use his strongest move, the Dragon-treading spear. You should know that Lu Qing only used this move when facing a peak Heavenly Venerate. For Zhuowen to be able to force him to use this move, it is obvious that this child has the combat strength of a peak Heavenly Venerate. Qing Yin, who was sitting beside Moyan Wushang, was astonished. She did not expect Zhuowen could force Lu to use the dragon-treading spear. Zhuowen always surprises people. Don't underestimate him. If you do, I'm afraid you'll be the unlucky ones, Moyan Wushang said with a strange smile on his face. Wu Wushang Studio. Do you mean that Zhuowen will surprise us again? Do you think that Zhuowen can block the dragon-treading spear? Qing Yin was a little stunned. The corners of Evil Moon's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Naturally, he did not agree with Moyan Wushang's words. The dragon-stepping spear had the power to seriously injure a top heavenly venerable powerhouse. Zhuowen could not block it. It is not that he can block the dragon-treading spear, but that he can defeat Lu Qing. Moyan Wushang shook his head. His eyes were full of brilliance. As soon as he said this, Qing Yin's hand stiffened. She looked at Moyan Wushang strangely. The latter had too much confidence in Zhuowen. He was so sure that Zhuowen could defeat Lu Qing. The smile on the corner of Evil Moon's mouth suddenly froze. He said indifferently, Moyan Wushang, you seem to have blind trust in Zhuowen. Could it be that you have some interest in him? Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes narrowed. He did not look at Evil Moon. He said coldly, Evil Moon, no one will think you are mute if you don't speak. I have my reasons for being so sure. I don't need you to say it. Evil Moon narrowed his eyes and chuckled. He did not argue with Moyan Wushang. His evil eyes stared at Zhuowen's back. There was a trace of coldness in his eyes. It seemed that Zhuowen had good luck with women. Not only did he have Mu Qinshue's sweetheart, but Moyan Wushang, who was one of the top beauties in the outer court, also seemed to have a good impression of him. This made Evil Moon a little uncomfortable. Whoosh! Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, the huge ice dragon finally came crashing down. The terrifying cold chi completely enveloped Shuo Wen's tiny figure, forming an ice cage. An ice dragon head that was dozens of feet long stood there with its bloody mouth, swallowing the ice cage in one gulp. The moment Shuo Wen's tiny figure was completely swallowed by the ice dragon, the atmosphere around the battle platform immediately fell into a strange silence. Everyone stared at the figure that had disappeared into the ice dragon's mouth with strange gazes. Could it be that Zhuowen was swallowed and annihilated by the ice dragon just like that? No. Brother Zhuo, how could this be? After a short silence, on the other side of the battle stage, Jia Nan's eyes were red. He almost lost his mind and rushed toward the battle stage. Jia Nan. Jia Nan's movements were too fast. Mo Lingtian and the other two did not even have time to react before Jia Nan flew out. They did not even have a chance to stop him. Brother Mo. What should we do? Gatha looked at Mo Lingtian anxiously. Let's go. Let's follow Jia Nan onto the battle stage. The battle arena already has a rule. Although killing is allowed in the battle arena and even injuries are allowed, death is not allowed. Lu Qing has already violated the rules and actually used such a fatal move like the dragon treading spear. If Brother Zhuo dies, Lu Qing will definitely be implicated. Mo Lingtian's expression was gloomy as he spat out these words. Soon after, he followed behind Jia Nan, who had already disappeared into the distance, and also flew out. Boom boom boom. At this moment, on the battle stage, the ice dragon that was a few hundred feet long was roaring crazily. Its voice was so loud that it was deafening. It caused the people below the battle stage, who were originally retreating, to take a few more steps back. Their eyes were filled with fear. What a terrifying ice dragon. Zhuowen is most likely dead after being swallowed by it. Pity was revealed in the crowd's eyes after they came to a stop. The fact that Zhuowen was able to force Lu Qing to such an extent was enough to show how terrifying his talent was. Everyone could imagine that if he continued to develop, it would only be a matter of time before he entered the Academy's heavenly sovereign ranking. Yet now, Zhuowen had actually died under Lu Qing's dragon trampling spear. The premature death of such a genius inevitably caused many people to sigh with regret. There were even some people who guessed that Lu Qing's action of using the dragon trampling spear to kill Zhuowen was likely intentional in order to eliminate the scourge that was Zhuowen. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Jia Nan was the first to rush onto the battle stage. His eyes were scarlet red as he rushed towards the ice dragon. He was like a man who risked his life and actually dared to attack the terrifying ice dragon head-on. Is this brat courting death? Many people below the stage revealed stunned expressions when they saw Jia Nan's actions. Everyone could tell just how frightening the might of the huge ice dragon was. It was a terrifying move that could even seriously injure a peak heavenly sovereign expert. Jia Nan was only at the initial stage of the sovereign stage, yet he had taken the initiative to provoke the ice dragon. Other than courting death, there was no other way to explain his actions. Standing on the head of the ice dragon, Lu Qing naturally noticed Jia Nan's scarlet eyes as he pounced towards him. A trace of mockery appeared in his eyes. He naturally knew about the relationship between Jia Nan and Zhuowen. Overconfident ant. Lu Qing said indifferently. With a flick of his finger, the ice dragon beneath his feet immediately became violent. Its incomparably large dragon tail suddenly swung out, causing a terrifying snowstorm to sweep out. Boom! The dragon tail was like an incomparably thick whip as it heavily slammed into Jia Nan's chest. Soon after, the latter was sent flying by the dragon tail without any ability to resist. Cherry red blood poured out like a faucet that had not been turned on. It was a rather spectacular sight. Bang! He heavily smashed into the ground dozens of meters away, causing spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the ground. These cracks endlessly spread in all directions, causing dust to rise. This brat will definitely die. Everyone's hearts trembled when they saw Jia Nan smash into the ground. They unanimously believed that Jia Nan would definitely die. Swoosh! 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 The instant Jia Nan was shot down, Mo Lingtian and the other two arrived at the spot where Jia Nan had fallen. Their expressions changed slightly. They were naturally able to sense how terrifying the ice dragon was. Jia Nan had suffered an all-out attack from the ice dragon, and it was likely that he was truly doomed. Jia Nan! Mo Lingtian waved his sleeve and immediately blew away the dust above the hole. He arrived in front of the hole and saw a rather shocking scene. Jia Nan, who was in the deep hole, coughed out a mouthful of blood. Soon after, he used his right hand to wipe away the trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Next, he leapt out energetically as he clamored and cursed Lu Qing for being a bastard. Jia Nan! Are you alright? Mo Lingtian looked strangely at the lively Jia Nan before him and involuntarily asked. On the other hand, Gatha and Xian Xing were much calmer. The three of them had carried out a mission together in West Path City and had a certain understanding of how tough Jia Nan's skin was. Moreover, they also knew that the reason why Jia Nan was so resilient was mainly because of the extraordinary armor soul on his body. The armor soul within Jia Nan's body possessed an extremely powerful recovery ability. As long as he did not suffer extremely terrible injuries, Jia Nan would basically be able to recover completely. Mo Lingtian had never fought alongside Jia Nan before. Hence, it was understandable that he did not know how extraordinary Jia Nan's undying armor soul was. The crowd below the stage, who had originally thought that Kanan was dead for sure, fell into a daze when they saw that Kanan was still alive and kicking. What's going on with this kid? He took a hit from the ice dragon's tail, and yet he's still alive and kicking. This brat is actually not injured. Standing on the dragon, Lu Qing also fell into silence. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at Jia Nan, who seemed to be completely fine, in astonishment. Chapter 1100. Dragon Breaker. Lu Qing shifted his gaze towards Mo Lingtian and said indifferently, "What are you trying to say?" Mo Lingtian met Lu Qing's gaze fearlessly and said with slight anger, "I'm sure Senior Lu Qing knows the rules of the arena better than I do. Although it's not that we don't allow injuries or disabilities here, we definitely don't allow death. Right now, Senior Lu Qing has used such a terrifying move. He's planning to beat Brother Zhua to death. How do you explain this?" A mocking smile appeared on Lu Qing's face. He said, "I've already reminded Zhuowen earlier that I'm unable to control the power of the dragon treading spear, so it's very likely that something bad will happen. That's why I've already given Zhuowen a chance to live." The mocking smile on Lu Qing's face grew thicker and thicker. He said, "It's this kid who doesn't know how to grasp the opportunity. He actually dared to hoot at me and let me use the dragon treading spear. Don't you think he deserves to die under the dragon treading spear?" Mo Lingtian glared angrily, but he did not know how to refute. Lu Qing's words were reasonable. The latter had indeed warned Zhuowen earlier, but Zhuowen had indeed not listened. Even so, you shouldn't have tried to kill him. You only needed to defeat Big Brother Zhua. However, you didn't show any mercy in that attack just now. Clearly, you had the intention of killing Big Brother Zhua. After all, who would willingly kneel down and surrender during a fight? Jia Nan roared furiously. Lu Qing's gaze was extremely indifferent. He sneered, "Do I need you to nag about my matters? Didn't I say earlier that I've already warned Zhuowen?" However, he did not take the initiative to beg for mercy. Now that he's in such a situation, he can only blame Zhuowen for his arrogance. The surrounding people also had strange looks in their eyes. Lu Qing's dragon treading spear did not show any mercy. It even contained a trace of killing intent. It was clear that he wanted to finish off Zhuowen. However, Lu Qing's reasoning was reasonable. He had already warned Zhuowen that he could not control the power of the dragon-treading spear, but Zhuowen did not admit defeat. Instead, he allowed Lu Qing to use it. The blame for this was not entirely on Lu Qing. It was likely that even if the Academy's upper echelons knew about this matter, they would not place too much blame on Lu Qing. After all, it was just as Lu Qing had said. He had already warned Zhuowen about the dangers of the dragon-treading spear. Of course, Lu Qing's words were rather overbearing. With Zhuowen's character, it was impossible for him to admit defeat. It could be said that this was something that Lu Qing had planned long ago. He used Zhuowen's character to announce the power of the dragon-treading spear in advance. Under this premise, if he accidentally killed Zhuowen, it would at most be an accident. Mo Lingtian still wanted to say something, but Lu Qing impatiently flicked his sleeve. A terrifying cold air swept over, forming a terrifying snowstorm that swept towards Mo Lingtian and the other three. Dang dang dang. The pupils of the four shrunk. Under this terrifying snowstorm, they were unable to resist and were forced to retreat hundreds of steps, almost to the edge of the arena. The four of you should get lost. Zhuowen does not have the ability to die in the arena. It serves him right. If you're not convinced, feel free to challenge my big brother. A sharp voice rang out once again. Lu Xiang had her hands on her hips. Her beautiful eyes were filled with mockery as she stared at Mo Lingtian and the other three. You, Jia Nan cried out angrily as he stomped his foot. Just as he was about to charge out, Mo Lingtian, who was by his side, grabbed him. Big brother Mo. Jia Nan said anxiously. Jia Nan. Don't be rash. You'll just be throwing your life away. Mo Lingtian shook his head. But big brother Zhuo. Jia Nan's eyes turned red. Mo Lingtian shook his head and said, the ice dragon still hasn't stopped moving. Perhaps brother Zhuo is still alive. Moreover, we're too weak. It's impossible for us to fight against the Emperor Pavilion. If you want to avenge brother Zhuo, you have to raise your strength as soon as possible. Charging out now is just throwing your life away. It's not worth it. Jia Nan calmed down when he heard this. Mo Lingtian was right. He was too weak now. He was only at the sovereign realm. With such a cultivation, not to mention Lu Qing, even Lu Xiang was no match for him. Power. Jia Nan clenched his fists and muttered with gritted teeth, power. Ha! The four of you are still delusional that Zhuo is still alive. Aren't you too naive? I can tell you that my big brother's dragon-treading spear has seriously injured a peak heavenly master. Although this kid is a little different, his cultivation is so low. How can he survive the dragon-treading spear? Lu Xiang mocked. Mo Lingtian and the other three looked gloomy. Their faces turned ugly. They fell into silence and didn't refute. They could also feel the power and terror of the dragon-treading spear. They didn't have much hope in their hearts. In a remote corner of the stands, the corners of Evil Moon's mouth curled up. Moyan Wushang's beautiful face was slightly ugly. Her eyebrows were slightly knitted. It should be about time. The smile on the corners of Lu Qing's mouth grew even more brilliant as he sat on the huge ice dragon. After such a long time, he knew that Zhuo, who had been swallowed into the huge ice dragon's stomach, had most likely been corroded by the mysterious ice chi and had lost his life. Is Lu Qing planning to release the dragon-treading spear? With the power of the dragon-treading spear, I'm afraid that Zhuo's life was completely cut off by the terrifying cold. What a pity. Such a monstrous genius actually fell in the arena. How ironic. Lu Qing's actions naturally attracted the attention of quite a number of people below the stage. Soon after, numerous private conversations sounded. They were just like echoes in the valley that continued to spread. At this moment, Lu Qing slightly raised his right foot. A surge of yuan power gushed out from the soles of his feet. Just as Lu Qing was about to step down, a strong sense of crisis rose in Lu Qing's mind. Moreover, this sense of crisis grew stronger and stronger, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his back. Gotcha! The moment this ominous premonition appeared, the ice dragon under Lu Qing's feet suddenly roared. It actually began to crazily twist its body. Its huge dragon eyes revealed a trace of pain. What's going on? Lu Qing's pupils shrunk to the size of needles. Soon after, he felt the frequency of the twisting of the ice dragon under his feet suddenly increase. Soon after, he was directly thrown out of the ice dragon by this huge force. Lu Qing's feet took a couple of steps in the air. He stopped his body in the air dozens of meters away. His gaze was dark as he looked at the ice dragon in front of him, which had seemingly descended into a berserk state. His eyes were filled with both shock and bewilderment. Everyone below the stage also noticed the crazily twisting ice dragon. Their eyes revealed surprise one after another. Some were puzzled as to why the ice dragon had suddenly become so berserk. Even Lu Qing had been thrown out. What's going on? Lu Qing doesn't seem to be able to control the ice dragon. After some confusion, discussion sounded from the crowd. Ao Wu. Suddenly, the ice dragon let out a sorrowful roar towards the sky. Soon after, traces of cracks began to appear on the surface of its huge dragon body. Moreover, these cracks were like a spider web that spread in all directions. Very quickly, they enveloped the entire ice dragon. Bang! When the cracks spread all over the ice dragon's body, a soft explosion sounded. Soon after, the ice dragon disintegrated in front of everyone's eyes, shattering into countless ice fragments. The ice fragments fell on the ground and piled up into a small ice mountain. A figure slowly stood on the top of this small ice mountain. He held a long black blade in his hand and stood proudly on the mountain peak. He stared at Lu Qing above with eyes as calm as water. Zhuowen. Numerous gazes gathered on this figure. Soon after, the surroundings descended into a short silence. After the silence, an extremely intense uproar erupted from the surroundings. Zhuowen had actually come out unscathed after being swallowed by the ice dragon. Moreover, the ice dragon had also been destroyed by him. Everyone around the battle stage in the arena gathered their gazes on this figure in a tacit understanding. Moreover, the expression on their faces was surprisingly similar. There was a trace of dullness amidst the confusion. This fellow. Lu Qing's pupils shrunk slightly as he softly muttered. On the viewing platform, the members of the Emperor Pavilion led by Lu Xiang had sunk into a strange and oppressive atmosphere. They could only look at the figure on the peak of the snowy mountain and were all speechless. Senior Lu Qing. Is this all that your dragon-treading spear has? It seems that your previous warning was of no use to me. The figure at the peak of the snowy mountain slowly raised his head, revealing a somewhat delicate and cold face. The corners of his mouth slightly parted as a clear and melodious voice resounded in everyone's ears like a great bell, continuously reverberating. Hua! The instant this clear voice sounded, the entire arena erupted into an uproar. Zhuowen had actually destroyed Lu Qing's dragon-treading spear. The dullness in many people's eyes turned into excitement. This was a huge reversal. Originally, everyone believed that Zhuowen would definitely be defeated by the dragon-treading spear. In fact, there might not even be a corpse left. But now, when Zhuowen finally appeared before everyone's eyes, the blood in everyone's hearts was ignited. This kind of reversal was needed in a battle. Only this kind of surprise could catch many people by surprise and make their blood boil. At the same time, Lu Qing had fallen into a daze because of the figure on the peak of the snowy mountain. However, when Zhuowen spoke, his eyes turned gloomy. He also did not expect that his dragon-treading spear would be destroyed by Zhuowen. Looks like you're full of yourself just because you managed to break my dragon-treading spear by luck. Next, I will completely destroy you. With a sinister gaze, Lu Qing's feet took a step in the air. Instantly, his entire body turned into a ray of light. He stretched out his hand and a black iron spear was grasped in his hand. Once again, he flew towards Zhuowen. You no longer have this chance. Your strongest move can't even deal with me. What do you have to defeat me? Chapter 1101. Trample, Grief Treasure Seal. Lu Qing's eyes hardened as he sensed the sorrow that involuntarily rose from his heart. With a cold snort, the Yuan power in his body surged out like a flood, resisting most of the weakening power of the Grief Treasure Seal. Only one level of power has been weakened. Zhuowen's eyes hardened as he gazed at Lu Qing, who was once again emitting a terrifying aura. It seemed that Lu Qing was indeed much stronger than Pom Pom. He was actually able to resist so much of the weakening power of the Grief Treasure Seal. Zhuowen. It seems that your Grief Treasure Seal is not perfect. It does not have much of an effect on me. Lu Qing sneered. His foot suddenly stepped forward, leaving behind ripples in the air as his entire body shot forward like a cannonball. Zhuowen was naturally unafraid. He also stepped forward as a massacre aura surged out from his body. Countless blood seas swept out from the space behind him, forming many blood-colored seas that supported Zhuowen's body as he fearlessly charged forward. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. The seven murders blade and the black iron heavy spear violently collided, creating countless sparks. Lu Qing coldly snorted. His left hand slapped the handle of the spear. Immediately, an extremely cold aura spread from the surface of the black iron heavy spear. This cold aura was like a venomous snake in the dark as it rushed towards Zhuowen's heart at a tricky angle. Fury Treasure Seal. Zhuowen let out a low cry as an invisible fury surged out from his eyes. Under the effect of the Fury Treasure Seal, this invisible fury turned into a real flame. This fury spread throughout Zhuowen's body, causing his aura to soar by several times. Buzz buzz buzz. The cold aura that was emitted from the surface of the black iron heavy spear was immediately annihilated by this invisible fury. The strength of the seven murders blade in Zhuowen's hand soared. With a rumble, Lu Qing's expression changed slightly as he continuously retreated. Thud thud thud. Lu Qing completely stopped his body dozens of meters away. His hands, which were holding the black iron heavy spear, trembled slightly. The web between his thumb and index finger had split open, causing traces of cherry-red blood to flow out. The Fury Treasure Seal of the Seven Emotions Treasure Seal. This kid even exchanged for the Angry Treasured Seal. How can this kid have so many contribution points? Lu Qing's expression was extremely ugly. When he saw the Wrath Treasure Seal, he had a bad feeling in his heart. At the same time, he was extremely curious about Zhuowen's contribution points. This kid had already taken out 500,000 contribution points, and he had actually exchanged for the Wrath Treasure Seal and the Grief Treasure Seal. Didn't this mean that this kid's total contribution points might be above 800,000? It was impossible for a new student to possess so many contribution points. However, Zhuowen had done it. Slash! Zhuowen bent his right knee slightly, and a heavy 1,000-kilogram fall suddenly descended from the sky. He raised the 7 kills blade in his hand and continued to rush towards Lu Qing. The sharp whistling sound produced by the rapid descent spread throughout the entire area. It sounded rather harsh. Lu Qing's expression changed drastically when he sensed the strong wind that swept over from above. With a loud shout, his right leg pushed forward and ferociously kicked the black iron heavy spear. Surging Yuan power condensed within the black iron heavy spear. Dragon Treading Spear. A dragon's roar was heard. A terrifying chill once again swept out from the black iron heavy spear, forming an extremely terrifying ice dragon in the air. The huge dragon's body appeared once again. Lu Qing stepped on the dragon's head. With a thought, the huge dragon rushed towards Zhuowen. Boom! Zhuowen's saber slashed at the dragon's head. Immediately, he frowned and retreated dozens of steps. The dragon-treading spear's power was actually very strong for him. Previously, he was inside the dragon's stomach, so he was able to easily break through the ice dragon. However, the scales on the outside of the ice dragon were much harder and stronger than the inside. Even though Zhuowen had used the Grief Treasure Seal and the Wrath Treasure Seal, he was still somewhat at a disadvantage against the ice dragon. It seems that swallowing you into the ice dragon's stomach was a mistake. Lu Qing's face was ferocious as he sneered. He also figured out that the reason why Zhuowen broke through the ice dragon was probably because the dragon's stomach was more fragile. Therefore, Zhuowen was able to break through it in the end. Zhuowen glanced at Lu Qing in front of him indifferently. Immediately, he took a deep breath and said, "You will soon know that whether this ice dragon can swallow me into its stomach or not, I, Zhuowen, can break it open." As he spoke, Zhuowen raised the 7 kills saber with his right hand and gently slashed horizontally. His speed seemed slow but was actually fast. Suddenly, a terrifying blood aura spread across the void. Within the blood aura, a bloody scene appeared. Slaughtering oath-breaking saber technique, slaughtering life. A majestic voice came out from Zhuowen's mouth like a great bell. Then, with Zhuowen as the center, an extremely terrifying blood-red domain condensed. Waves of blood aura erupted, forming countless blood-red vortexes. It looked extremely shocking. Slash! As soon as the slaughtering life was unleashed, a hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the blood-red domain. A huge crescent-shaped blood-red saber shadow descended, rumbling as it descended. What a powerful saber technique! Lu Qing frowned slightly. When he saw the huge saber shadow formed by the slaughtering life, Lu Qing's heart trembled. However, it should not be as powerful as my dragon-treading spear. It is no match for me when the two collide. Lu Qing still had some confidence in his dragon-treading spear. Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Lu Qing stomped his foot. The ice dragon under his feet roared and rushed directly toward the huge blood-red saber shadow in the sky. Rumble! When the saber shadow and the ice dragon collided, the entire battle platform shook violently. Some of the weaker onlookers knelt on the ground in an extremely sorry state, their eyes filled with shock. Crack! A clear shattering sound rang out. Soon after, the crowd was stunned to discover that the large battle stage had been completely shattered into pieces by the aftermath of the collision. What an intense collision! I really don't know who will win this battle. Everyone's eyes were firmly fixed on the saber shadow and the ice dragon colliding in the sky. They naturally wanted to know who would win in such an intense collision. The saber technique Zhuowen used at the end is very powerful. Just its aura alone is not weaker than Lu Qing's dragon-treading spear. Maybe Zhuowen will win. You think too much. Zhuowen's saber technique is indeed powerful, but his cultivation is still too weak. It should not be comparable to Lu Qing's dragon-treading spear. Many people began to discuss the result of this collision. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. They all knew that this collision should be able to determine the winner. After all, both sides had used their most powerful moves. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, an intense explosive sound resounded from the frightening collision and explosion cluster in the empty space. The sound of a dragon roar and a blade cry continued to spread and resounded beside everyone's ears. This caused quite a number of people to cover their ears with their hands as their eyes revealed a slightly painful expression. The dragon's roar and saber's chime did not last for long before it came to an abrupt end. Then, a piercing sound burst out from the sky, attracting everyone's attention. It was a rather sorry figure. When everyone's eyes finally landed on this figure, their pupils shrank. The owner of this figure was Lu Qing, who was dressed in a black robe. At this moment, Lu Qing's face was as pale as snow. There was no trace of blood at all. A trace of desolate blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Finally, he landed on the ruined battle platform. His chest was heaving up and down, and his breathing was rapid. Lu Qing lost? Looking at this scene, the first thought that came to everyone's mind was that Lu Qing had lost. After realizing this, everyone's eyes moved up and looked at the battle platform above. Above the battle platform, a proud figure quietly floated. Under this figure's feet was an ice dragon. At this moment, the ice dragon's huge head had been chopped off, and its huge body had been penetrated by a blood-red saber shadow. It could only twitch unconsciously. Hiss! Looking at this scene, everyone gasped. The end of the ice dragon was so miserable. Its head was chopped off, and its entire body was penetrated. It was simply miserable. This scene undoubtedly indicated that Lu Qing had lost, and it was an extremely miserable defeat. After all, the dragon-treading spear that Lu Qing was so proud of had been broken just like that. Lu Qing probably had no other moves that could contend with Zhuowen. Lu Qing actually lost. In the corner of the spectator stand, Xia Yu slightly frowned, and his voice was slightly surprised. Moyan Wuxiang's cherry-red lips curved into a smile. It was as if 100 flowers were blooming, looking extremely brilliant and beautiful. Even Evil Moon couldn't help but take a second look at Moyan Wuxiang. Qing Yin, who was sitting beside Moyan Wuxiang, was also stunned for a while. She recovered and said in surprise, "Wuxiang. You're right, Zhuowen actually won. I said that this guy will always bring surprises. Now, I'm right, right?" Moyan Wuxiang's smile became even more brilliant as he said softly. At this moment, the members of the Emperor Pavilion, led by Lu Xiang, were all petrified as they stared blankly at the defeated Lu Qing. Pavilion Master actually lost. Behind Lu Xiang, many members of the Emperor Pavilion began to discuss. Their voices were filled with shock and astonishment. Originally, everyone thought that this was a battle that they would definitely win. However, such a result had exceeded the expectations of everyone in the Emperor Pavilion. Palm Master, who was silently standing behind the members of the Emperor Pavilion, stared at the figure floating in the void with a complicated gaze. He also did not expect that Zhuowen not only defeated him, but also defeated the third Pavilion Master of the Emperor Pavilion, Lu Qing. Wasn't this too abnormal? Impossible? How could my big brother be defeated by Zhuowen? This is impossible. After Lu Xiang recovered, she could not help but shake her head and murmur. She simply could not believe this fact. Chapter 1102. Evil Moon, Senior Lu Qing. Is there still a need to compete? After crushing the ice dragon with his foot, Zhuowen arrived above the countless ice shards with a swoosh. He stared indifferently at Lu Qing, who had an ugly expression on his face. At this moment, Lu Qing's condition wasn't good. His footsteps were weak, his body was staggering, and he was gasping for breath. There was blood at the corner of his mouth, and he looked rather miserable. It could be said that Lu Qing was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Hearing Zhuowen's words, Lu Qing's expression became extremely ugly. Although he was extremely unwilling, he was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Even his dragon-treading spear had been broken by Zhuowen. He really didn't have any moves left to contend with Zhuowen. Senior Lu Qing isn't replying. Do you still think there's a need to compete? Zhuowen raised his voice. The terrifying blood-red blade under his feet slowly descended, gradually approaching Lu Qing. The terrifying sharpness of the blade spread out, causing Lu Qing's heart to tremble fiercely. I admit defeat. Finally, when the blood-red blade was about to reach Lu Qing's head, Lu Qing lowered his head and spat out these words through gritted teeth. With these words, the terrifying blood-red blade shadow immediately stopped. Soon after, an arc appeared from the corner of Zhuo Wen's mouth. With a wave of his sleeve, the blood-red blade shadow immediately dispersed. Lu Qing's words caused an uproar around the battle stage. Lu Qing actually admitted defeat in front of everyone. Big brother admitted defeat? Lu Xiang spat out these words in a daze. She slumped down in her seat as her beautiful eyes stared at Zhuo Wen's figure with a complicated expression. It could be said that she had witnessed Zhuo Wen become stronger step by step. Although she didn't deny Zhuo Wen's talent, she still didn't expect that Zhuo Wen actually had the strength to defeat her big brother. Just how abnormal was this guy? As for the members of the Emperor Pavilion, they were all in a daze, as if all the strength in their bodies had been emptied. Big brother Zhuo won. He actually won. Jia Nan immediately cried out from the other side of the viewing gallery. Mo Lingtian and the other two revealed relaxed smiles. Zhuo Wen had given them quite a few surprises. He had actually managed to defeat a monster on the Heavenly Venerate ranking like Lu Qing. Lu Qing actually admitted defeat himself. Evil Moon murmured with slight displeasure. Moyan Wushang had a brilliant smile on his face as he said, "If he doesn't admit defeat, I'm afraid Lu Qing will have to pay a very painful price. Admitting defeat now might be a wise choice." Evil Moon. Didn't you vow in all seriousness earlier that Zhuo Wen would lose without a doubt? Now that this situation has occurred, do you still think that Zhuo Wen isn't worthy of big sister Chen Shui? But Evil Moon sneered repeatedly and said, he merely defeated Lu Qing. This Lu Qing is merely an existence ranked at the bottom of the Empyrean leaderboard. What qualifications does this boy have to be worthy of Chen Shui? You must know that Chen Shui was ranked first on the Empyrean leaderboard back then. This boy's current strength is nothing at all. I want to ask, how old are you and how old is Zhuo Wen? If Zhuo Wen is the same age as you, I'm afraid he's stronger than you. At least I think that with Zhuo Wen's talent, there's nothing wrong with matching big sister Chen Shui. Moyan Wushang's voice became a little cold. You're just quibbling. Since you admire this boy so much, then I'd like to see if this boy is really worthy of Chen Shui as you say. The veins on Evil Moon's forehead bulged, and his eyes were filled with ferocity. He took a step forward and rushed toward the battle platform. Moyan Wushang's pretty face changed greatly when he saw this. He tapped his feet lightly and followed closely behind Evil Moon. Moyan Wushang was very clear about how strong Evil Moon was. This guy was a terrifying existence that had killed a first-layer Emperor Realm expert. He was far from what Zhuo Wen could contend with now. At this moment, Zhuo Wen instantly arrived at the top of the pillar of the battle platform. With a swipe of his right hand, the 2 million contribution points in the pillar were all collected by him into the contribution counter. Looking at the extra 2 million contribution points on the contribution counter, Zhuo Wen's eyes became extremely fiery and excited. Adding to his original 500,000 contribution points, Zhuo Wen now had more than 2,500,000 contribution points. In the entire academy, perhaps only the supreme leaders of the 4 major forces could have such a huge amount of contribution points. It was really difficult for ordinary people to accumulate such a huge amount of contribution points. Looking at the 2 million contribution points on the pillar that had been collected by Zhuo Wen, many warriors below the battle platform revealed a fiery expression. 2 million contribution points. Many of them might not be able to earn so many contribution points in their lifetime. Although many people were eager to take action, no one dared to step forward. This was because after witnessing Zhuo Wen's terrifying strength, many people were extremely afraid of Zhuo Wen. If they tried to snatch the contribution points, they would undoubtedly be courting death. Lu Qing's eyelids suddenly twitched, and his heart faintly ached. Among the 2 million contribution points, Lu Qing had taken out 1,500,000 contribution points. Now, all of it had been taken advantage of by Zhuo Wen. One could imagine how he felt at this moment. After receiving the 2 million contribution points, Zhuowen was quite satisfied. His eyes revealed a satisfied look, and his expression naturally made Lu Qing's teeth itch. However, there was nothing he could do about Zhuowen. Whoosh! Just as Zhuowen was about to leave the battle platform, a piercing sound suddenly swept over. Then, a strong sense of crisis rose in Zhuowen's mind. Oh no, there's danger. With a soft cry, Zhuowen took a step forward. His speed soared to the extreme as he wanted to leave the pillar. You'd better stay here first. Why are you leaving so early? An indifferent voice sounded. Then, Zhuowen keenly discovered that the space within dozens of meters around him had completely frozen. It was as if time had stopped. Under this frozen space, Zhuowen's body seemed to be bound by thousands of ropes, and he could not move at all. This sudden and unforeseen event instantly drew the attention of everyone in the surroundings. Because everyone noticed that at the instant that indifferent voice sounded out, Zhuowen, who originally intended to leave, seemed as if time had stopped, and he stopped in midair without moving at all. Such a strange scene naturally caused many people to be surprised in their hearts. However, they were no fools. The reason why Zhuowen was like this was definitely because someone had acted to restrain him. However, who exactly was the person who had restrained Zhuowen? With such doubts in mind, everyone's eyes followed the indifferent voice. In the rather remote direction of the stands, a demonic young man with black hair, black eyes, and black lips was walking towards them step by step. Everyone's eyes revealed a puzzled look. Obviously, many people did not know this demonic young man. However, the terrifying aura of this young man filled everyone's hearts with fear. Lu Qing naturally also noticed this demonic young man with black hair, black eyes, and black lips. He was startled at first, and then his eyes revealed a rich look of horror. He could not help but exclaim, "Xiaoyu." As soon as these words came out, the surroundings fell into a strange silence. However, after the silence, an extremely shocking uproar broke out. It's Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, who is ranked first on the Heavenly Master list. Oh my god, Xiaoyu actually appeared on this battle stage. Is he also here to watch the battle between Zhuowen and Lu Qing? Everyone's eyes were fixed on Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's whereabouts were extremely mysterious. He had always appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Most of the students had only heard of Xiaoyu's name, but they did not know his face at all. Therefore, they did not recognize Xiaoyu before. Xiaoyu. Zhuowen turned around with some difficulty. His eyes were slightly cold as he stared at the demonic young man in front of him. Although he was quite surprised and puzzled by Xiaoyu's appearance, his expression was more indifferent. I don't think we have met before, right? Why did you attack me? After asking this question, Zhuowen was a little depressed. Xiaoyu was very powerful, so powerful that even his heart trembled. However, he was more puzzled. He had never met Xiaoyu, so why did Xiaoyu suddenly appear to attack him? Moreover, Zhuowen was keenly aware that there was a trace of hostility in Xiaoyu's eyes. This trace of hostility made Zhuowen even more baffled. He did not seem to have provoked Xiaoyu, did he? We really haven't met before. I'm here because of Chen Shui. According to Chen Shui, you are her sweetheart. I'm here to see how powerful Chen Shui's so-called sweetheart is. However, in my opinion, you are just an ant. You are not worthy of Chen Shui at all. When Zhuowen was full of doubts, Xiaoyu's indifferent voice resounded in Zhuowen's mind. It made Zhuowen reveal a look of understanding. It seemed that Xiaoyu was one of Mu Qinshue's pursuers. Moreover, he knew that Mu Qinshue's sweetheart was Zhuowen. No wonder the hostility in Xiaoyu's eyes was so obvious. Xiaoyu's attack made Lu Qing stunned at first. Then, he revealed a gloating expression. He knew how terrifying Xiaoyu was. Zhuowen's battle strength was strong, but in front of Xiaoyu, he was no different from an ant. Xiaoyu. Don't go too far. Zhuowen is just a freshman. You actually attacked him. Do you have any shame? A delicate cry followed closely behind. Following which, a graceful figure with a veil covering her face landed in front of Evil Moon. She stretched out a jade-white hand and suddenly reached out in an attempt to break the restraining force around Zhuowen. Moyan Wushang. You'd better not meddle in my affairs. Xia Yu said indifferently. With a shake of his sleeve, a substantial black light burst out and rushed toward Moyan Wushang. Moyan Wushang's pretty face changed slightly. Her jade-like palm changed. A white light rushed out and slammed into the black light. Immediately, a muffled thunder-like sound erupted. Moyan Wushang snorted and took 2 steps back. Her beautiful eyes stared at Xia Yu. Whoosh! The moment Moyan Wushang retreated, Qin Yin also arrived. She came to Moyan Wushang's side and coldly shouted at Xia Yu. Don't go too far. As a senior, you bully the young. Don't you feel ashamed of bullying Zhuowen? Chapter 1103. Forbidden Airspace Domain. Qin Yin and Moyan Wushang, the Pavilion Master of Fragrant Ink Pavilion, are also here. Everyone's eyes gathered on Moyan Wushang and Qin Yin. The moment Evil Moon spoke, Qin Yin and Moyan Wushang's identities were also revealed. Moyan Wushang, Qin Yin, and Evil Moon, the leaders of the 4 strongest forces in the outer court, had actually come all of a sudden. Only Di Ba, the Pavilion Master of the Emperor Pavilion, did not appear here because he was in seclusion. 3 Pavilion Masters have come all of a sudden. Are they all here for Zhuowen? After recognizing Moyan Wushang and Qin Yin's identities, many people below the stage were shocked. They could also see that the 3 Pavilion Masters were here for Zhuowen, while Lu Qin was ignored by the 3 Pavilion Masters. Seeing that the 3 Pavilion Masters' attention was all on Zhuowen, Lu Qin's face was completely gloomy. In any case, he was the 3rd Pavilion Master of the Emperor Pavilion. Although the 3 of them were the leaders of the other 3 pavilions, ignoring him like this still made Lu Qin's cheeks burn. Although he was extremely unhappy, Lu Qin naturally did not dare to show it. After all, he was only the 3rd Pavilion Master of the Emperor Pavilion and was far from qualified to have an equal conversation with Evil Moon and the other 2. If Di Ba and Di Shi were here, they might be qualified to interrupt. Evil Moon glanced indifferently at Moyan Wushang and Qin Yin and said indifferently, Are the 2 of you planning to be enemies with me for Zhuowen? It's not that we are enemies with you, but that you have gone too far. After all, you are a senior, and Zhuowen is just a freshman. Don't you feel that you are degrading your reputation as the Pavilion Master of the Haoyu Pavilion by bullying the weak? Moyan Wushang said coldly. You say that I am bullying the weak? Evil Moon narrowed his eyes and immediately turned his attention to Zhuowen. He said, I don't need to deal with this kind of ant. You 2 don't have to touch this air-restricting domain. If he can break it, I will let him go. If he can't, the air-restricting domain will explode after 30 minutes. Its power is enough to kill a celestial master at the peak. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned cold. Evil Moon was really ruthless. At first glance, one could tell that the power of the airtight domain was extremely terrifying. Moreover, its self-destruction could kill a celestial master at the peak. This was simply the purpose of killing Zhuowen. If it were not for a miracle, Zhuowen would be doomed. This brat is really a troublemaker. I don't know what he has done to Evil Moon. Even Evil Moon has come to deal with him. Looking at this scene, Lu Qin's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Now, he could not wait for Zhuowen to die. Now that Evil Moon had taken action, he felt much more at ease because he knew that Zhuowen would definitely not be able to escape this calamity. Evil Moon. You've gone too far. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes were extremely gloomy. The air-restricting domain that Evil Moon had cast on Zhuowen was very powerful. Although she was quite optimistic about Zhuowen, she also knew that the possibility of Zhuowen escaping from the air-restricting domain was very small. Evil Moon intended to kill Zhuowen. Evil Moon. The academy has a rule that students are not allowed to kill each other. Your action is a bit too much. Soft Sound was also very unhappy. Evil Moon smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. This air-restricting domain is under my control. When it self-destructs, I won't take the ant's life, but it will be inevitable if he is crippled. Of course, if the two of you take action, then I won't stay idle. The two of you are still not my opponent." Moyan Wuxiang and Soft Sound's faces were ugly. Evil Moon's strength was much stronger than the two of them. Even if the two of them joined forces, it was unlikely that they would be Evil Moon's opponent. Therefore, the two of them were powerless even if they wanted to. At this moment, Zhuowen in the air-restricting domain suddenly spoke. Zhuowen nodded to Moyan Wuxiang and Soft Sound and said gratefully, "Thank you for your kindness, Miss Wuxiang and Soft Sound. Let me, Zhuowen, break this situation by myself." After saying that, Zhuowen turned to look at Evil Moon and said with a cold gaze, "You just said that as long as I break this air-restricting domain, it will be enough, right?" Evil Moon looked down at Zhuowen coldly and said, "That's for sure. I have never broken my promise. If an ant like you can break this air-restricting domain, I will naturally keep my promise and not attack you." "Good. I hope you can keep your promise. Don't break it like a villain." Zhuowen spat out these words quite seriously. Immediately, his gaze was extremely solemn as he looked at the air-restricting domain that wrapped around him. This power was very strange. It was like an invisible rope that tied Zhuowen up from head to toe, making him unable to move at all. "You can rest assured that I don't need to break my promise to you, because with your strength, it is impossible for you to break out of this air-restricting domain," Evil Moon said proudly. Zhuowen nodded and immediately ignored Evil Moon. Instead, he focused all his attention on the air-restricting domain around him. "Slaughter momentum!" Zhuowen shouted in a low voice. His right wrist bent slightly. Immediately, the 7-kill saber, under the effect of the slaughter momentum, made a buzzing sound and violently swept out. A sea of blood spread out from the void and wrapped the entire 7-kill saber. Whoosh! The 7-kill saber broke through the air and blasted toward the barrier at the edge of the air-restricting domain. Boom! A low explosion resounded. Immediately, the trajectory of the 7-kill saber came to a halt. It blasted on the barrier of the air-restricting domain. A powerful force erupted, but it had no effect on the air-restricting domain. Whoosh! The 7 Murders blade let out a wail as it shot backwards and once again landed in Zhuowen's hand. The latter's eyebrows were tightly knitted together. The barrier of this forbidden sky domain was truly powerful. The 7 Murders blade, which had unleashed a killing aura, was actually unable to shake it at all. With your strength, it is not realistic for you to shake the barrier of the air-restricting domain. Evil Moon sneered. However, Zhuowen's eyes glinted coldly as he said indifferently, "Are you done with your nonsense? If you are, you can shut up. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are stronger than me. Looking at your appearance, you are at least 4 or 5 years older than me. At this age, you have not broken through to the Emperor realm. Don't you feel ashamed? Now, you are showing off your strength and power in front of a warrior who is weaker than you. Do you feel proud?" Evil Moon's face froze. Apparently, he did not expect Zhuowen to speak to him in such a way. His eyes suddenly revealed a touch of coldness. "You continue to be stubborn. After 30 minutes, the air-restricting domain will explode. Then, you will be in trouble." Evil Moon said coldly and no longer spoke. Instead, he looked down at Zhuowen indifferently. He was extremely confident in his air-restricting domain. Although it was only a part of the power in his body, it was not something that Zhuowen could resist. The people around also shook their heads with some sighs. They were speechless that Zhuowen dared to provoke Evil Moon in such a dangerous situation. Was he not courting death? Dragon form. Zhuowen used the Dragon Man form this time. The power in his body suddenly increased by hundreds and thousands. His punch had the power of thousands of pounds. It faintly shook the barrier of the air-restricting domain, which surprised Evil Moon. Dragon Soul. Is this guy's armor soul a dragon soul? Evil Moon revealed a thoughtful look, but he was still extremely confident. Even if Zhuowen used the dragon soul, it would not be so easy to completely break the air-restricting domain. Your struggle is futile. I think you should just give up. Looking at Zhuowen, who shook the air-restricting domain but did not break it, the corners of Evil Moon's mouth were full of sarcasm. Zhuowen turned a deaf ear to Evil Moon's words. He did not pay attention to them at all. Instead, he used various means to attack the air-restricting domain. However, to Zhuowen's disappointment, the air-restricting domain was stronger than he had expected. Although he could shake it, it was really difficult to completely break it. Time passed slowly, and 30 minutes soon passed. Many people in the audience shook their heads. The time was almost up. The air-restricting domain was about to explode. Zhuowen was really doomed. Evil Moon, that's enough. Moyan Wuxiang was also anxious. She stepped on the void and rushed toward the air-restricting domain again. She intended to break it herself. Humph! Evil Moon sneered. He stepped out and blocked in front of Moyan Wuxiang. His right palm blasted out and a black energy was spat out, blasting toward Moyan Wuxiang. Moyan Wuxiang bit her lower lip and also blasted out a palm. Suddenly, the two palms collided, and a terrifying power burst out. A terrifying hurricane swept out between the two. Moyan Wuxiang took a few steps back with a muffled groan. Evil Moon was as still as a mountain, staring at Moyan Wuxiang indifferently. You. Moyan Wuxiang was anxious, but there was nothing she could do. Evil Moon's strength was stronger than hers. She could not break through Evil Moon's defense and reach the air-restricting domain. You can't get close to the air-restricting domain. I can promise you that I won't take this ant's life, so don't make such a pointless struggle, Evil Moon said indifferently. Hearing this, Moyan Wuxiang stopped in her place. Her beautiful face was full of uncertainty. Her beautiful eyes were cast toward Zhuowen's figure in the air-restricting domain. Her eyes were full of worry. Looks like there's not much time left. I can only try this. Zhuowen also felt the urgency of time. He took a deep breath, stretched out his right hand, and gently touched his forehead. Suddenly, a surge of mind energy burst out, and this mind energy became more and more powerful. It formed a terrifying mind energy storm in the void behind Zhuowen. What a powerful mind energy. This kid is also an arcana master. Feeling the surge of mind energy, many people in the audience were shocked. When Zhuowen's mind energy reached the limit, Evil Moon and the others' faces froze. Chapter 1104. Self-detonation boom. Mind power as vast as the sea burst out from Zhuowen's Naiwan palace, tearing the surrounding air and making a sharp whistling sound. This scene naturally attracted everyone's attention. Mind power of the lesser 6th level. Zhuowen's mind power is so strong. Lu Qing looked at this scene, his expression uncertain. He felt a sense of humiliation in his heart. This kid did not use such strong mind power when they fought. Clearly, in Zhuowen's eyes, he did not need to use his full strength to deal with Lu Qing. Moreover, if Zhuowen used his mind power at the same time, it would be easier for him to defeat Lu Qing. Thinking of this, Lu Qing's mood became more and more unpleasant. It seemed that he had underestimated Zhuowen from the beginning. I remember that 4 days ago, a new 6th-level arcanist was promoted in the Arcane Tower. Could that guy be Zhuowen? After a moment of astonishment, some of them suddenly thought of something. That was the matter of the newly advanced level 6 Arcana Master from the Arcana Tower 4 days ago. Apparently, this level 6 Arcana Master was the last disciple of Grand Master Lanmiao on the 6th floor. However, the Arcane Tower was a special force that was independent of the Academy. The students in the Academy who were not from the Arcane Tower rarely came into contact with this force. In addition, the Arcane Tower was very low-key, so many people in the Academy knew very little about what had happened in the Arcane Tower. However, there were many students in the Academy who cultivated both martial arts and mind power, so they knew a little about what had happened in the Arcane Tower 4 days ago. They had only heard that there was a new 6th level Arcanist, but they did not know who this new 6th level Arcanist was. Now that Zhuowen had displayed 6th level mind power, the people around quickly thought of the new 6th level Arcanist in the Arcane Tower. Moyan Wuxiang and Soft Note were also a little stunned. Zhuowen's martial arts strength was already quite terrifying. After all, he was at the peak of the Golden Venerable stage and had defeated Lu Qin, who was ranked 30th on the Celestial Master list. He was already considered a genius. However, such a martial arts genius was actually a lesser 6th level Arcanist. This could no longer be described as a genius, but a freak of nature. Most likely, even in the Arcana Tower, no Arcanist as young as Zhuowen would be able to reach Zhuowen's heights. This little brat, he really hid his strength well. Qin Yin shook her head slightly as she whispered in surprise. Moyan Wuxiang, who was next to Soft Note, had a bright smile. Zhuowen had brought him surprises. Zhuowen, is this the studio? Moyan Wuxiang Studio, Moyan Wuxiang Yuxiang. Moyan Wuxiang had Moyan Studio, Moyan Wuxiang had watched. This was because Zhuowen had no background. He didn't have a huge amount of resources for him to squander. Everything he had was obtained by risking his life. Moyan Wuxiang understood how much Zhuowen had suffered in order to reach this point. Therefore, when she saw Zhuowen's achievements getting higher and higher, Moyan Wuxiang felt a trace of relief in her heart. At the same time, she felt a touch of sadness. She knew that this young man's heart was occupied by another person. Boom! Boom! Terrifying mental energy surged out, and then the forbidden space barrier trembled violently. This time, the trembling was far more violent than the previous times. Even Evil Moon's heart trembled. Zhuowen cultivated the 10,000 derivation scripture, so his spiritual energy could be split into nearly 1,000 strands. His spiritual energy was far more powerful than that of a level 6 lesser success Arcana Master. Although he still couldn't compare to a level 6 greater success Arcana Master, the difference wasn't too big. Although the forbidden space barrier trembled violently this time, it still didn't break. Looking at this scene, Evil Moon relaxed, and the corners of her mouth curled up into a mocking smile. Zhuowen even released the mental strength of level 6 lower realm. Obviously, this should be his last resort. Even with such means, he still could not break through the air-restricting domain. In Evil Moon's opinion, Zhuowen must have exhausted all his tricks. 10,000 derivation scripture, multiplication. Feeling the tenacity of the forbidden space barrier, Zhuowen didn't hold back anymore. Instead, he used the 10,000 derivation scripture. Waves of mental energy surged out, and nearly 1,000 strands of level 6 lesser success Arcana Masters gathered around Zhuowen. For a moment, the atmosphere of the forbidden space barrier was stagnant to the extreme. Break! An indifferent voice resounded in the forbidden space barrier. Immediately, the forbidden space barrier, which was as solid as gold and stone, trembled violently again. This trembling began to spread to the surroundings, causing the surroundings of the fighting platform to shake slightly. Crack! Suddenly, cracks began to appear on the barrier of the forbidden space barrier. Like a spider web, the cracks began to spread, firmly attracting everyone's attention. Is the forbidden space barrier going to break? Looking at this scene, everyone was looking forward to it, their eyes full of astonishment. Evil Moon's face also stiffened. Her eyes flickered, especially when she looked at the cracks that began to spread across the entire forbidden space barrier. Her eyes revealed a touch of coldness. It's going to break. Qin and Moyan Wuxiang looked at each other and saw a touch of surprise in each other's eyes. Explode! Just as the airtight barrier was about to break, Evil Moon softly spat out this word. Then, the airtight domain began to surge with a terrifying explosive energy. It first contracted, then suddenly expanded, and directly exploded. Zhuo Wen, who was controlling his mental energy to break through the forbidden airspace domain, also felt the terrifying explosive power within the forbidden airspace domain. His pupils shrank to the size of needles, and a strong sense of foreboding rose in his mind. Suddenly, the mental strength around him shrank and protected his body. Then, Zhuo Wen's right hand touched his forehead and took out the Jade Cauldron Armor Soul. He extracted 81 rays of dragon power, which surrounded Zhuo Wen's body, forming a dragon domain. Shadows of dragons circled around him. Boom! 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 The terrifying explosion sounded like muffled thunder. Then, a soul-stirring ripple radiated in all directions, causing many people around the fighting platform to show fear in their eyes and step back. The power of the explosion was too terrifying. Just the energy ripple that escaped from the explosion made everyone faintly frightened. Evil Moon! What are you doing? It hasn't even been half an hour, and you actually caused the forbidden space barrier to explode? Moyan Wuxiang and Qin Yin were startled at first, but then they glared at Evil Moon, who was not far away. They naturally knew that the forbidden space barrier exploded in advance because of Evil Moon. Evil Moon gently tapped the finger of his right hand and said indifferently, "The time is almost up. Why can't it explode now?" It can only be said that Zhuowen is too slow. If he could break through the forbidden space barrier earlier, he wouldn't have to bear such a terrifying explosion. Evil Moon! I didn't expect you to be so despicable. There is still half an hour before the time is up, and Zhuowen is about to escape. You chose to explode at this time. Clearly, you want to kill Zhuowen. Moyan Wuxiang was so angry that her delicate body trembled. Evil Moon's method was too despicable. Many people in the audience looked at Evil Moon with a strange expression. Moyan Wuxiang was right. The time it took for a stick of incense to burn was not up, but the no-fly zone had exploded in advance. In such a situation, as long as one wasn't a fool, one could imagine that it was Evil Moon's doing. Evil Moon's eyes darkened when he heard this. He said coldly, "Moyan Wuxiang, I think you'd better not slander others. The closer the time is to the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the more unstable the forbidden space barrier becomes. You can only blame Zhuowen's bad luck." At this critical moment, he triggered the unstable factor of the forbidden space barrier, causing it to explode in advance. You are really a disgrace to the number one on the heavenly sovereign list. Moyan Wuxiang said coldly. She took a step forward and rushed towards the center of the explosion. She intended to extinguish the explosive energy and save Zhuowen. Evil Moon's gaze was cold, but the corners of his mouth were curled up in a sneer. The explosion of the no-fly zone was the strongest at the beginning. Zhuowen had probably already met his end at the moment of the explosion. If Moyan of Wuxiang went over now, it would be useless. Whoosh! Moyan Wuxiang arrived at the center of the explosion in an instant. She stretched out her hand and pressed downwards. Waves of rippling energy gushed out. The rippling energy silently drilled into the explosive energy. A cool feeling spread out from the rippling energy. Immediately, everyone saw that the explosive energy began to shrink. Finally, it was completely annihilated in mid-air by Moyan Wuxiang's rippling energy. What happened to Zhuowen? The gazes of quite a number of people were thrown above after the explosive energy was scattered. Immediately, they saw a figure surrounded by countless dragon figures slowly step forward. The dragon figures around this figure disappeared after the explosive energy was scattered, revealing a delicate and handsome face. Looking at this face, Evil Moon's gaze froze. Even many people below the battle stage were stunned. This person was none other than Zhuowen. He did not die under the explosive energy just now. At this moment, Zhuowen's face was pale. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Although he survived the explosion, his situation was not very good. Fortunately, Zhuowen's reaction was fast enough. After the explosion of the forbidden space barrier, he withdrew all of his mental energy and summoned the dragon domain. Only then did he protect himself from being torn apart by the terrifying explosive energy. Zhuowen. Are you okay? Moyan Wuxiang asked with a little worry. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen waved his hand. Immediately, his cold gaze fell on Evil Moon. He said coldly, "Senior Evil Moon is really good. You saw that I was about to break through the forbidden space barrier before the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Senior Evil Moon is so despicable to trigger the forbidden space barrier in advance to self-destruct. I have truly experienced such a despicable method." The moment Zhuowen said this, the gazes of the surrounding people turned increasingly strange as they looked at Evil Moon. Even Zhuowen, as the person involved, said this. Clearly, Evil Moon was the one who caused the premature explosion of the sky-restricting domain. Chapter 1105. Hesitation. Evil Moon also felt the disdain in the eyes of the people around him. His face suddenly became gloomy and he said, "I have already said that the premature self-destruction was not my fault. It was your mental strength that triggered the explosion in advance. You dare to do it but don't dare to admit it. You are indeed the top genius on the heavenly sovereign list," Zhuowen said sarcastically. The sarcasm in this sentence was extremely strong. Even though Evil Moon was quite thick-skinned, he could not hold it in. His eyes were extremely gloomy. Boom! Do you have to slander me, you little ant? In that case, I will teach you a lesson and let you know the price of slandering others. Evil Moon shouted coldly. A terrifying yuan power surged out and a muffled thunder-like sound burst out from his body. Then, he stepped on the ground with his right foot and appeared in front of Zhuowen as if he had teleported. Evil Moon. Don't go too far. Just now, you said that after Zhuowen broke through the air-sealing domain, you would not make things difficult for him. Now, you are attacking again. Do you have any shame? Moyan Wuxiang shouted angrily and stood in front of Zhuowen. Looking at Evil Moon in front of her, her beautiful eyes were full of anger. Evil Moon had broken his promise again and again, which had caused Moyan Wuxiang to feel a strong sense of disgust. I originally planned to let this ant go. Unfortunately, this guy does not know the immensity of heaven and earth and dares to slander me. If I do not teach him a lesson, where will the dignity of my Haoyu pavilion be? Get out of my way. Evil Moon's eyes were indifferent. A wisp of black light swept out from his right hand and immediately rushed towards Moyan Wuxiang. The terrifying palm wind cut through the air and actually made a sharp tearing sound. Moyan Wuxiang's beautiful eyes froze. She stretched out her jade-like hand and also pushed out a palm. The rippling yuan power went against the flow and fiercely collided with Evil Moon's right palm. Immediately, an extremely desolate explosion burst out. Get out of my way. Evil Moon said indifferently. Yuan power surged out from his palm and was pushed to the extreme. Then, Moyan Wuxiang was pushed back by this terrifying surge of power. Little ant. You only know how to stand behind a woman. In the past, it was Qin Shui. Now, it is Moyan Wuxiang. You are quite promising. After forcing Moyan Wuxiang, Evil Moon's cold gaze fell on Zhuowen. After spitting out these words, the fierce palm force did not change. Zhuowen. Zhuo Wen's expression changed drastically when he saw the palm coming closer and closer. There was no doubt about Evil Moon's strength. Zhuo Wen was undoubtedly at a disadvantage against such an existence. Dragon Domain. Zhuo Wen let out a low roar, and the countless dragon shadows around his body began to churn, forming an extremely terrifying layer of defense. Evil Moon's palm ruthlessly imprinted itself on the dragon shadow. Immediately after, an extremely tragic buzzing sound erupted. Zhuo Wen let out a muffled groan as he retreated in the void. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The power of the dragon domain was enough to withstand the attack of a low-level Emperor Realm expert. However, the dragon domain was broken when it was besieged by Supreme Jin and the other three. The 81 dragon auras were damaged to varying degrees. Therefore, its defensive power was not as good as before. Coupled with the self-destruction of the Forbidden Sky domain, it could be said that the dragon domain was now an arrow at the end of its flight. If it wanted to recover the power of the dragon aura in the future, it would need to be nurtured in the Jade Cauldron for a long time. You have some skill in your defense. Let's see if you can withstand my next attack. Evil Moon smiled coldly. He stomped his foot and blasted out another palm. The surface of this palm was covered with a strange black yuan power. The rich black color continued to circulate on the palm. Then, it slammed heavily on the dragon domain. Gotcha! Zhuo Wen's dragon domain crumbled under this palm. Zhuo Wen took several steps in the air and flew backwards. However, Evil Moon was like a maggot that stuck to Zhuo Wen's bones. The palm wind wrapped in black yuan power arrived on time like a venomous snake in the dark. Evil Moon. You've gone too far. Stop it. Moyan Wuxiang rushed forward again. A ray of brilliance flashed out from the depths of his eyebrows. It turned into a huge drum that was as tall as a man. The surface of the drum was like a shuttle. It was obviously Moyan Wuxiang's armor soul. At this moment, Qin Yin came to Moyan Wuxiang's side. She also released her armor soul. Qin Yin's armor soul was an ancient zither. Her 5 fingers gently plucked on the strings. It turned into a rolling sound of killing. Buzz! Buzz! Moyan of Wuxiang and Soft Note looked at each other. One of them struck the drum, while the other strummed the zither. The thunderous sound of the drum and the clear and melodious sound of the zither blended with each other, forming a terrifying symphony that was as terrifying as a mountain. The moment this symphony resounded, the whole space fell into a stagnant state. The rolling sound waves rolled out like a tsunami. Many people under the stage stood far away and looked at this scene in shock. Using the way of music as an attack was an invisible way to kill people. Among the crowd, quite a number of people covered their ears in pain after hearing the sound wave. Blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. If it wasn't for someone pulling them further away in time, these people would have died under the sound wave. The way of music was invisible. If Moyan Wuxiang and Qin Yin were to target the people present, there would be very few people who could survive under the sound waves. The two of you actually used your armor souls for Zhuowen. You're really bold. Looking at the power of the sound waves that pervaded his body, Evil Moon's right palm, which had originally struck out, paused. His eyes were filled with coldness. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. Black Moon Mysterious Sky. As he spoke, a black light gushed out from between Evil Moon's eyebrows. Immediately, a black crescent moon emerged behind him. As soon as this crescent moon appeared, the whole surrounding space dimmed, as if black clouds had covered the space. Plop! Plop! The moment this black moon appeared, the gravity of the whole space rose to the extreme. Many people around even knelt on the ground under this heavy pressure. Their eyes were filled with horror. What kind of armor soul was Evil Moon's? Its power was so terrifying. Just the heavy pressure that permeated the air made them involuntarily kneel on the ground in the distance. Of course, there were a small number of people who were stronger and didn't kneel under this heavy pressure. For example, Lu Qing. His right hand supported the black iron heavy spear and his knees were slightly bent. His forehead was covered in cold sweat and his legs were trembling, but he forced himself not to kneel. How can Evil Moon be so terrifying? Although Lu Qing knew that Evil Moon, who was ranked first on the Heavenly Master list, was definitely strong, he now realized that the gap between him and Evil Moon was so huge. It was like a chasm. Just this pressure alone made it difficult for him to stand, let alone fight Evil Moon. As soon as the Black Moon appeared, the armor souls of Moyan Wuxiang and Soft Sound were firmly suppressed. The terrifying sound of killing also came to an abrupt end. This guy has become stronger again. The two women resisted the terrifying pressure brought about by the Black Moon. Their beautiful eyes were filled with surprise when they looked at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu's strength was also beyond their expectations. Evil Moon was usually alone and his whereabouts were mysterious. Although he was ranked first on the Heavenly Master list, Moyan Wuxiang, who was ranked third, and Soft Sound, who was ranked fourth, had never fought with him. Only Di Ba, the great pavilion master of the Imperial Pavilion, had challenged Evil Moon. The result was that after Di Ba challenged Evil Moon, he went into seclusion and didn't come out. His seclusion lasted for a year. After he came out of seclusion, Di Ba didn't challenge Evil Moon again. Obviously, Di Ba had failed his challenge. Evil Moon's strength made Di Ba not have the courage to challenge him a second time. The gap between the two of you is too big. I advise you not to act rashly. Evil Moon glanced at Moyan Wuxiang and Soft Sound indifferently and ignored them. The two women had a strong background in the academy. Evil Moon couldn't deal with them for such a small matter. His target was only Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen was also under the heavy pressure of the Black Moon. The pressure was really terrifying. Even though Zhuowen's strength wasn't weak, he was still suppressed. The rules of the academy forbid killing, so don't worry. I won't kill you. Also, an ant like you doesn't deserve Qin Shui. I think you should know yourself. It's best if you don't pester Qin Shui in the future. After all, I, Evil Moon, will soon reach the Emperor realm. After entering the inner courtyard, Qin Shui will be mine. Evil Moon stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at Zhuowen indifferently. He continued, today, I will only cut off one of your arms as a reminder. After saying that, Evil Moon stretched out his right hand and grabbed Zhuowen's right arm, wanting to tear it off. River diagram. Zhuowen's pupils shrank and he shouted in a low voice. Suddenly, the river diagram array in the Jade Cauldron was activated by him. A dragon's roar sounded and then a dragon horse rushed out of the Jade Cauldron. It carried the river diagram on its back and stepped on the yellow river, rushing towards Evil Moon. Huh! Evil Moon obviously didn't expect this to happen. He snorted coldly and changed the momentum of his right palm. He slammed it on the dragon horse. Bang! The dragon horse was very strong. Evil Moon only felt that his right palm was pressed against a mountain. Thump, thump, thump. Evil Moon began to retreat, step by step. The dragon horse rushed forward as if it didn't know fatigue. Moon hook. Evil Moon spat out these words indifferently. The Black Moon suspended in the void behind him swooped down like a hook and crushed the dragon horse's back. Awoo! The Black Moon contained an extremely terrifying force. It pressed down on the dragon horse, causing it to kneel on the ground and roar angrily. Puff! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of blood. He had just obtained the river diagram array and hadn't practiced it at all. He could only release the dragon horse's shadow on the river diagram. The power he could exert was extremely limited. It was reasonable that he was suppressed by Evil Moon. You have some skills, but they are still too weak for me. Evil Moon smiled coldly and ignored the dragon horse's shadow that was pressed under the Black Moon. He stepped on the ground and came to the sky above Zhuowen again. He slammed his palm again toward Zhuowen's right arm, intending to destroy it. Do I have to take out the killing oath-breaking knife? Chapter 1106. Violent abuse. The slaughtering abstinence violation saber was a high-grade emperor weapon. An emperor weapon of this level was a rare treasure even in the academy. Once Zhuowen used such a treasure in the academy, it was hard to guarantee that it would not be coveted by many people. After all, there were far more monsters in the academy than in the outside world. Although he could not take action in the academy, once he left the academy, it was very likely that someone would be tempted to take action. At that time, many people would secretly take action. It was even possible that some old guys would be drawn out. Therefore, this was the reason why Zhuowen hesitated to use the slaughtering abstinence violation saber. Swoosh! Evil Moon's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Zhuowen. His right hand, which was covered with black yuan power, turned into a black light and instantly fell on Zhuowen's right arm, intending to completely cripple it. I don't care. A strong wind swept over, and all the hair on Zhuowen's body stood up. He did not believe that Evil Moon would only cripple his arm. At that time, if he was in Evil Moon's hands, even his cultivation might be crippled. After all, it was not the first time that Evil Moon had broken his promise. How could Zhuowen trust this guy? Thinking of this, the hesitation in Zhuowen's eyes suddenly disappeared. With a flick of his right hand, he planned to release the slaughtering abstinence violation saber from the spirit ring. Boom! A terrifying pressure was immediately emitted from the spirit ring. Soon after, a clear and melodious blade hum resounded. The heavy pressure that was originally emitted from the black moon had actually completely disappeared under the effect of the pressure that had suddenly appeared around Zhuowen's body. Evil Moon's face stiffened, and his eyes were filled with uncertainty. This sudden pressure was actually able to break the heavy pressure of the black moon. It was really unbelievable. When the terrifying emperor aura of the slaughtering abstinence violation saber appeared, all the students below the stage who were suppressed by the black moon were pleasantly surprised to find that the mountain-like heavy pressure had actually disappeared. The heavy pressure of the black moon has disappeared. With a puzzled look, everyone stood up and looked up at the battle stage. Then, everyone was shocked to find that a terrifying blood-colored pressure had unknowingly appeared in the sky. This blood-colored pressure had resisted the pressure of the black moon, so everyone felt that the heavy pressure on their bodies had disappeared. In fact, it did not disappear, but was offset by this blood-colored pressure. That blood-colored pressure was released from Zhuowen's body. Following the terrifying blood-colored pressure, everyone's eyes finally landed on Zhuowen, who was standing opposite Evil Moon, because the source of the blood-colored pressure was from Zhuowen, or more precisely, from the spirit ring's ring, Zhuowen, the spirit ring on his right hand. What is Zhuowen? What is hidden in is Zhuowen studio? What is in studio? At this moment, this was the only thought in everyone's mind, because the blood-colored pressure that was able to contend with the pressure of the black moon had surged out from Zhuowen's spirit ring, so everyone was extremely curious about it. Even Evil Moon's eyes were filled with curiosity. He was very clear about how terrifying the pressure of the black moon was. Even Moyan Wuxiang and Qin Yin were suppressed by this pressure, which showed how frightening it was. However, the blood-colored pressure that suddenly appeared on Zhuowen's body was able to offset the pressure of the black moon. Obviously, this boy had some secrets. What is in the spirit ring? Evil Moon muttered in a low voice. He took a step forward and flew straight towards Zhuowen. Originally, he just wanted to teach Zhuowen a lesson, but now, the sudden appearance of the blood-colored pressure had completely aroused his curiosity. I must take a look at this thing. Looking at Evil Moon flying towards him, Zhuowen's eyes turned cold. With a thought, he planned to completely take out the slaughtering abstinence violation saber from the spirit ring. Swoosh! However, Just as Zhuowen was about to take out the slaughtering abstinence violation saber, Evil Moon, who was originally in front of Zhuowen, had a drastic change in his expression. Subsequently, as if he had received an extremely powerful attack, he let out a groan and retreated dozens of steps. His eyes were filled with fear. Evil Moon's sudden change made Zhuowen suspicious. This was because Zhuowen had yet to take out the slaughtering abstinence violation saber. Why did Evil Moon suddenly retreat? Moreover, it was as if he was facing a great enemy. Of course, Zhuowen's suspicions did not last for long. A purple figure slowly descended in front of Zhuowen. This person had purple hair and purple eyes. His gaze was as deep as the sea, and his body was filled with an extremely dense and frightening aura. Surging mental energy gushed out, as if this person was surrounded by a vast ocean. Master Mu Feng. Looking at the purple figure that had suddenly appeared, Zhuowen was initially startled. Soon after, he revealed a stunned expression. The blood-red pressure that had originally surged out from the slaughtering abstinence violation saber was also withdrawn by Zhuowen. He knew that with Master Mu Feng's appearance, there was no need for him to take out the saber. Once Zhuowen's words were spoken, it immediately caused a huge commotion in the surroundings. Everyone's gazes were stunned as they stared at the purple figure that had appeared in front of Zhuowen. If they did not hear wrongly, did Zhuowen just call this person Master Mu Feng? In the entire academy, there was only one person by the name of Mu Feng, and that was the one and only heavenly master of Arcana Tower, Mu Feng. He was in existence even more powerful than the headmaster, and even the headmaster had to be courteous and respectful to him. Such a person had actually appeared. Wasn't this a little too inconceivable? Could it be that Master Mu Feng has come here for Zhuowen? After being shocked, everyone suddenly thought of a possibility. Their gazes fell from Master Mu Feng to Zhuowen's somewhat frail figure behind him. What kind of existence was Master Mu Feng? He was an expert that even the dean had to treat well. If such an existence had really come for Zhuowen, then Zhuowen's identity would be somewhat extraordinary. Evelmun's gaze flickered. He cupped his hands together and said with a smile, "So it's Master Mu Feng. May I know the reason for Master Mu Feng's visit?" Mu Feng shot an indifferent glance at Evil Moon. Soon after, he turned his head and said to Zhuowen, "Zhuowen, if you have completely grasped the river diagram array, you will be able to defeat this kind of trash in a single move." When these words were spoken, Evelmun's cupped hands instantly stiffened. This Master Mu Feng had actually called him trash in front of everyone. This caused Evil Moon to feel slightly angry in his heart. However, he did not dare to flare up. This was because Master Mu Feng's status in the academy was too high. Furthermore, Master Mu Feng's strength was far greater than his. Killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. Therefore, Evil Moon did not dare to refute Mu Feng. Zhuowen nodded respectfully and said, "I know. However, I have only obtained the river diagram array for 4 days and have not had the time to comprehend it." Therefore, actually, Zhuowen was slightly puzzled about Master Mu Feng at this moment. He was also slightly surprised that Master Mu Feng would suddenly appear. Of course, Zhuowen did not think too much about it. After all, Mu Feng was an arcane heavenly master. Perhaps he possessed some kind of powerful detection ability, which was why he was able to discover everything that had happened here. Ha! You are right. The time you have spent in contact with the river diagram array is indeed too short. Let me demonstrate to you how to use the river diagram array to make trash like this unable to resist. Grandmaster Mu Feng also smiled. Soon after, he waved his sleeve. Immediately, the dragon horse that was being suppressed by the black moon suddenly let out a fierce neigh. A mighty force surged out from its body and shook off the black moon. Shortly after, the river diagram on the draconic horse's back turned into black and white light spots and rushed up into the sky. They formed a strange pattern. This pattern was the river diagram array. As soon as the river diagram array was formed, the space in the surrounding few kilometers seemed to be sealed. A profound aura flowed out, and the 5 senses of the people who had fallen into the array were instantly deprived, causing them to fall into a state of chaos. Evil Moon frowned slightly. His strength was much higher than ordinary people. Within the river diagram array, he did not completely lose his 5 senses. However, they were weakened by countless times and became much slower. Zhuowen. Go and teach this fellow a good lesson. After using the river diagram array, Master Mu Feng pointed at Evil Moon, whose 5 senses had decreased by a lot, and said with a faint smile. Thank you, Master Mu Feng. Although he did not understand why Master Mu Feng was so good to him, Zhuowen was naturally happy to have the opportunity to teach Evil Moon a lesson now that he had the chance. Evil Moon relied on his strength to not only bully the weak, but he had also broken his promise many times. Zhuowen had long been unhappy with him. Now that he had the chance, how could he not take revenge? Whoosh! Zhuowen took a step forward and arrived in front of Evil Moon in an instant. He threw a punch at Evil Moon's face. You ant, how dare you! Evil Moon did not completely lose his 5 senses. Naturally, he could vaguely sense that Zhuowen was flying in front of him. He shouted angrily and raised his hand to block the attack. Unfortunately, his perception had been weakened too much. Zhuowen dodged Evil Moon's weak attack with a slight tilt of his body. Then, he threw a punch at Evil Moon. Evil Moon groaned and his right eye suddenly turned into a panda's eye. Zhuowen's left fist, which was ready to strike, mercilessly greeted Evil Moon's other eye, turning Evil Moon's 2 panda eyes into a pair. The extreme weakening of Evil Moon's perception caused him to be unable to resist Zhuowen's storm-like attacks. Moreover, Zhuowen was also quite sinister. Almost every punch was aimed at Evil Moon's face. In just a moment, Evil Moon's face had turned into a pig's head. At the same time, Zhuowen spared no effort to break Evil Moon's arms. This guy wanted to cripple his arms from the beginning. Now, he was reaping what he sowed. After a series of beatings, Zhuowen finally stopped his attacks. After all, Evil Moon was a monstrous genius who ranked first on the Heavenly Master list. He could not kill him, let alone cripple Evil Moon's cultivation. Otherwise, the higher-ups of the academy would definitely blame him. Zhuowen understood this point, so he stopped before going too far. Seeing that Zhuowen did not kill him, Grandmaster Mu Feng nodded his head. Immediately, he waved his sleeve and immediately withdrew from the river diagram formation. The 5 senses of the people within a radius of a few miles also recovered after the river diagram was withdrawn. Ah! Zhuowen, you bastard! At the same time, an angry roar, which sounded like a pig being slaughtered, resounded. When everyone's eyes followed the sound, they saw a swollen pig's head. This is Evil Moon. Everyone was stunned at first. Then, they looked at the clothes on the pig's head. They immediately recognized the owner of the clothes. Wasn't that Evil Moon? Chapter 1107. Moyan Wuxian Goodbye Uproar. The crowd below the stage burst into an uproar when they saw Evil Moon's pig-headed appearance. The number 1 monster on the Heavenly Sovereign ranking, an existence that could kill a first-level emperor, had now turned into such an appearance. Everyone felt a little strange in their hearts. There were even quite a few people in the crowd who could not help but laugh. The laughter that rose and fell caused Evil Moon's gaze to become extremely cold. That bastard Zhuowen was definitely doing this on purpose. Why? Are you still not going to scram? Zhuowen is a member of my arcane tower. I, Mu Feng, do not object to sparring. However, if someone wants to bully the weak and even wants to kill him, don't blame me for being impolite. Mu Feng's voice was like thunder as it resounded across the battle stage. It was so loud that even the apathetic could hear it. Upon hearing Mu Feng's words, everyone's gazes were filled with a strange expression as they looked at Evil Moon. The latter's gaze turned cold as he felt a wave of humiliation in his heart. However, he could only glare viciously at Zhuowen before leaving unwillingly. Regardless of whether it was Mu Feng's warning or his current indecent image, it was not suitable for him to stay here. Hence, it was naturally best for him to leave. Seeing Evil Moon leave with his tail between his legs, many people in the viewing gallery were stunned. Soon after, their gazes once again gathered on Zhuowen, filled with fear. This fellow had truly hidden his strength well. To be able to get Master Mu Feng to step in for him, his position in the arcane tower was likely to be extremely high. Moreover, with Master Mu Feng backing Zhuowen, no one in the academy would dare to provoke Zhuowen in the future. Moyan Wuxiang and Qin Yin looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. Zhuowen had brought them too many surprises. Even Master Mu Feng had stepped in for him. It was truly unbelievable. Let's go. On the spectator stand, Lu Qing's expression was extremely unsightly. He brought along Lu Xiang, who was still in a daze, as well as the other members of the Emperor Pavilion. When no one was paying attention, he hurriedly left the arena. He was truly afraid that this Zhuowen was too sensitive and would act against them. After all, even Evil Moon had been turned into such a miserable state by Zhuowen with the help of Master Mu Feng, let alone them. So, it was naturally unwise for them to stay in this place for long. At the same time, Lu Qing secretly instructed Lu Xiang and the others not to provoke Zhuowen if there was nothing important in the future. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. Many thanks for Master Mu Feng's help this time. Zhuowen cupped his hands in a respectful manner. A trace of gratitude rose in his heart. After all, Evil Moon had given him too much pressure. If he hadn't used the slaughtering oath-breaking blade, it would have been impossible for him to block Evil Moon's attack. Moreover, even if Zhuowen had used the slaughtering oath-breaking blade and used the slaughtering oath-breaking blade technique, he was afraid that he would still be at a disadvantage. After all, Zhuowen's strength was too low. He couldn't use the full power of the slaughtering oath-breaking blade. If Evil Moon was a cultivator at the level of the Xiaoyao sect, Zhuowen was confident that he could defeat him. Unfortunately, Evil Moon wasn't. He was a terrifying existence that could kill a first-layer Great Emperor. Evil Moon only needed one move to kill a cultivator like the Xiaoyao sect. This was the difference between a genius and an ordinary cultivator. The former could often defeat ordinary cultivators who were at a higher level than them. Facing such a monstrous genius, even if Zhuowen had the slaughtering oath-breaking blade, the chances of him defeating Evil Moon were extremely slim. It seems that I have to break through to the Celestial Master Realm as soon as possible. At this moment, Zhuowen deeply felt that he wasn't strong enough. If he could break through to the Celestial Master Realm, his strength would definitely change. At that time, he might not be a match for Evil Moon, but at least he wouldn't be in such a difficult situation. Moreover, after breaking through to the Celestial Master Realm, Zhuowen would definitely be able to fight a first-layer Great Emperor with the slaughtering oath-breaking blade. However, it was unlikely that he would be able to kill a first-layer Great Emperor like Evil Moon. Of course, if Zhuowen could reach the peak of the Celestial Master Realm, he was confident that his battle strength wouldn't be lower than Evil Moon's. With the help of the slaughtering oath-breaking blade, it wouldn't be too difficult to defeat Evil Moon. Although it was a good idea, it was a pity that the reality was cruel. Zhuowen's cultivation was still too low. He had to break through to the Celestial Master Realm first. Master Mu Feng waved his sleeves and said with a faint smile, "There's no need for that. I've taught you the river diagram array formation, so I can be considered half a master to you. Naturally, I can't watch you get bullied like this. Otherwise, wouldn't my reputation be ruined? Also, you should cultivate the river diagram array formation as soon as possible. Its power is definitely beyond your imagination. If you can completely cultivate the river diagram array formation, come find me again. I will accept you as my personal disciple and allow you to enter the 7th level to see my many years of work." Hearing those words, Zhuo Wen's eyes started to sparkle. Mu Feng was an existence that was a heavenly arcana master. Naturally, all of his creations were rank 7 origin formations. These were existences that were comparable to Emperor artifacts. Furthermore, they were much easier to control than Emperor artifacts. Being able to see a rank 7 origin formation was quite a great temptation for many arcana masters, and Zhuo Wen was no exception. Thank you for your teachings, Master. I will work hard to cultivate the river diagram array formation. Zhuo Wen nodded his head. The river diagram array formation was indeed powerful. Even if Master Mu Feng didn't say anything, Zhuo Wen would still seriously cultivate it. However, what made Zhuo Wen somewhat puzzled was that Master Mu Feng seemed to be somewhat impatient to let him cultivate the river diagram array formation. Perhaps it's because it's rare to find an arcana master who understands the river diagram array formation. Therefore, Master Mu Feng is somewhat impatient for me to successfully cultivate it. Zhuo Wen muttered in his heart. That's good. Since there's nothing else here, I'll take my leave first. Master Mu Feng nodded his head. With a wave of his sleeves, he disappeared from the battle stage. Zhuo Wen looked at the empty space in front of him with a grave expression. Master Mu Feng was indeed an arcana heavenly master. He came and went without leaving a trace. Zhuo Wen was simply unable to see how the former left. After Master Mu Feng left, Zhuo Wen's gaze landed on Moyan Wuxiang. He smiled and said, Miss Wuxiang, thank you for your help this time. Moyan Wuxiang stole a glance at Zhuo Wen. Previously, because of the Qin Xian Empire's early departure, Moyan Wuxiang actually didn't dare to meet Zhuo Wen. She had been hiding behind the scenes to help Zhuo Wen. This time, if Evil Moon hadn't shamelessly dealt with Zhuo Wen, Moyan Wuxiang wouldn't have appeared in front of Zhuo Wen from behind the scenes. This was because she still had a trace of guilt in her heart. Looking at Moyan Wuxiang's expression, Zhuo Wen's smile grew even wider. He somewhat helplessly shook his head. He could also see that Moyan Wuxiang's heart was suffering at this moment. He came in front of Moyan Wuxiang, stretched out his hand, and gently patted her shoulder. He said, Don't worry, I don't blame you for the Qin Xian Empire's matter. Moreover, in that situation, Meng Shi's method was right. You are not the Qin Emperor's opponent. Staying here will not help at all. The moment Zhuo Wen's right hand landed on Moyan Wuxiang's shoulder, the latter's delicate body trembled slightly. A trace of crimson appeared on her beautiful cheeks. She looked rosy, but there was a trace of a different kind of flirtatious feeling. Yes. Moyan Wuxiang nodded. Only then did she raise her head to look at Zhuo Wen's face, which was much more mature than before. Her heart couldn't help but start to beat wildly. Moyan Wuxiang felt a trace of a strange feeling in her heart when she saw her own reaction. A trace of a complicated expression appeared in her beautiful eyes. You are the sweetheart that Mu Qinxue yearns for day and night. You don't look handsome, and your cultivation is much worse than Mu Qinxue's. How did you make that little girl fall in love with you? A slightly teasing voice sounded. Qin Yin, who was standing beside Moyan Wuxiang, blinked her beautiful eyes and came in front of Zhuo Wen. She sized him up and curled her lips. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen felt a little helpless. Qin Yin's personality seemed to be a little too lively. Facing Qin Yin's question, Zhuo Wen helplessly shrugged and said, Things like feelings can't be explained clearly. Qin Yin nodded and said in a low voice, That seems to be the case. However, I still feel that with that little girl's arrogance, it is a little unbelievable that she would fall in love with a grassroots boy like you. Hearing Qin Yin's words, Zhuo Wen felt a little speechless. However, he did feel a little pressure. Mu Qinxue already had so many suitors in the outer courtyard. Perhaps there would be many in the inner courtyard. After all, in addition to Mu Qinxue's natural beauty, she also had the identity of the Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. With such an identity, there would be very few young talents who would reject it. Therefore, there must be a lot of people who wanted to be Mu Qinxue's other half. Zhuowen. Thank you for your understanding. Moyan Wuxiang also regained her calmness. The corner of her mouth revealed a rather brilliant smile. This is nothing. I, Zhuowen, treat you as a friend. Naturally, I won't misunderstand you because of this small matter. Moreover, you have helped me a lot. To be honest, I should be the one thanking you. Zhuowen said with a smile. Hearing Zhuowen say the word friend, Moyan Wuxiang's heart couldn't help but tremble. She said in a low voice, Friend. Brother Zhuo. Brother Zhuo. Suddenly, a few shouts came from not far away. Immediately, Mo Lingtian, Kanan and the other two came to Zhuowen's side. Brother Zhuo. Are you okay? That Xiaoyu is really too hateful. When Kanan came in front of Zhuowen, she clenched her fists tightly and said angrily. However, Brother Zhuo, how do you know Master Mu Feng? Moreover, looking at your appearance, your mental energy has actually broken through to grade 6. Mo Lingtian looked at Zhuowen with some astonishment. He knew that Zhuowen's mental energy had reached grade 5 complete. After all, they were quite close friends with Zhuowen. He didn't hide some of Zhuowen's secrets. Yes. I broke through a few days ago in the arcane tower. I relied on the 6th floor of the arcane tower to luckily break through. Zhuowen said briefly. Mo Lingtian and the others nodded. Although Zhuowen didn't go into detail, they could all guess that Zhuowen's outstanding performance in the arcane tower had caught the eye of Master Mu Feng. Therefore, Master Mu Feng had personally stepped forward to help Zhuowen deal with Xiaoyu. The few of them chatted for a while more before leaving the arena. Many people in the surroundings were left staring at the departing figures. Chapter 1108. Jadeite Clear Pill, do you know about the duel that took place in the arena 3 days ago? I know. Didn't Palm Tree of the Emperor Pavilion issue a challenge to Zhuowen? However, I didn't go. I wonder who won. You really missed a good show. That day in the arena, Zhuowen defeated Pom Pom. Later on, he took the initiative to challenge Lu Qing and defeated him in one fell swoop. What's even more unbelievable is that Hao Yu Pavilion's Evil Moon, Qing Yin Pavilion's Qing Yin, and Ink Fragrance Pavilion's Moyan Wuxiang all came. What? The 3 pavilion masters are all here. Could it be that they're here for Lu Qing? Immediately, someone began to ask questions. You're wrong. They are here for Zhuowen. Moreover, Evil Moon actually attacked Zhuowen. Guess what the result is? What's the result? Grandmaster Mu Feng has appeared. He actually supported Zhuowen and taught Xiaoyu a lesson, causing Xiaoyu to lose all face. 3 days had passed since the duel in the arena. What happened in the arena that day spread throughout the entire academy like a tsunami. In a short period of time, Zhuowen's name reached its peak in the entire academy. Almost everyone was talking about Zhuowen. Not only had Zhuowen defeated Palm Master, he had even defeated Lu Qing, who was ranked 30th on the Heavenly Sovereign rankings. What was even more inconceivable was that Zhuowen had actually obtained the protection of Grandmaster Mu Feng. Everyone knew that Zhuowen, who had Grandmaster Mu Feng's support, would probably be able to do as he pleased in the entire academy. Therefore, many students secretly warned themselves that if they met Zhuowen in the future, they must not provoke him. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. Zhuowen, who had caused the storm of public opinion, was quietly sitting cross-legged in his room. He had suffered serious injuries from the duel with Evil Moon. Therefore, he had been recuperating for the past 3 days. I'm afraid that Evil Moon won't let this go. Boy, after you leave the academy, you'd better be on guard against Evil Moon. In the corner of the room, the mystic soul ice butterfly lay quietly on the ground. The 2 antennae on its head drooped, and on its head sat a leisurely Xiao Hei dog. Ever since the dark soul ice butterfly was born, Xiao He had completely taken over the origin beast and even boasted shamelessly that the Dark Soul Ice Butterfly was his mount. Zhuowen shrugged and did not say anything about Xiao He's shameless behavior. Perhaps it was because of Xiao He's superior aura, but the mystic Soul Ice Butterfly behaved submissively and was extremely tame. I know that. That's why I'm prepared to do my best to break through to the Heavenly Venerable Realm. It's said that the first assessment for the Sky Capital Peak's disciple recruitment is to seize the island source. I don't know much about the distribution of the islands in the Bitter Sea, so I need to understand it. Zhuowen nodded. Xiao He rubbed his chin and smiled slyly, boy. Don't you have more than 2.5 million contribution points? The resources in the Divine Academy are quite abundant. With so many contribution points, you might be able to exchange for something that can help you break through to the Heavenly Sovereign Realm quickly. Zhuowen's eyes lit up. Xiao He was right. The resources in the outer court were extremely abundant. As long as you had enough contribution points, you could exchange for good things that you couldn't find outside. Of course, these good things were only suitable for those below the Emperor Realm. The Emperor Realm warriors in the Academy had basically entered the inner court, so how could they stay in the Academy? It's time to take a look at the mission site. As he thought of this, Zhuowen took a step forward and opened the door. A ray of bright sunlight shone in, causing Zhuowen to comfortably close his eyes. Soon after, he walked out of the bamboo forest and headed towards the mission site. This is Zhuowen. He looks so young. Did he really defeat Lu Qin? That's right. It's him. However, we shouldn't provoke him. He has an existence like Master Mu Feng behind him. What caused Zhuowen to feel helpless was that along the way, there were actually many people pointing at him and whispering to the people beside him. Although their voices were very soft, it was still heard by Zhuowen. Boy! You've really become famous this time. There are quite a few people who know you along the way. Xiao He's teasing voice sounded in his ear, causing Zhuowen to shrug his shoulders and not reply. He also knew that the matter in the arena 3 days ago was indeed shocking enough. Now, everyone in the academy knew about it. Ignoring the hubbub around him, Zhuowen headed straight for the mission site. The flow of people at the mission site was still terrifying. Zhuowen's arrival naturally attracted the attention of many students and they were pointing at him. Ignoring the surrounding students, Zhuowen directly went to the second level and walked towards Bei Xian's counter. At this moment, there were quite a number of students queuing up at Bei Xian's counter, waiting to submit their missions and exchange their rewards. Bei Xian crossed his legs and leaned back in his armchair, allowing the Chongsam lady in front of the counter to receive the students who were here to submit their missions. Looking at Bei Xian's appearance, Zhuowen shrugged his shoulders. He directly walked past the many students in the queue and arrived in front of the counter. Boy! You cut the queue. If you don't want to die, hurry up and line up at the back. Zhuowen's sudden actions immediately caused the dissatisfaction of the people in the queue. Zhuowen directly went to the counter as soon as he arrived. The crowd naturally felt very displeased in their hearts. There were even a few people who rolled up their sleeves and wanted to fight. Zhuowen directly ignored these students and lightly knocked on the counter. He looked at Bei Xian, who was leaning back in his armchair and squinting his eyes leisurely, and said, "Senior Bei Xian, there's a big business here. Why aren't you getting up? What is this boy doing?" He actually asked Senior Bei Xian to get up. Is he looking for trouble? Seeing this action of Zhuowen, the corners of the mouths of many people in the group curled into a cold smile. They stared at the former's figure with ridicule. As expected, when Zhuowen knocked on the counter, Bei Xian stood up abruptly. His gaze became slightly unfriendly. However, when he saw that it was Zhuowen, the unfriendliness in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by a look of surprise. So it's you, Zhuowen. Why didn't you say so earlier? Come, let's talk inside. Bei Xian hurriedly pulled Zhuowen's right hand and warmly led him into the inner room behind the counter. This scene caused the people in the queue to be stunned. They had painstakingly queued here for half a day, but this boy was warmly welcomed by Bei Xian the moment he arrived. Moreover, he was even led into the inner room. The difference in treatment was too great. What did Senior Bei Xian say? I think he said that this boy is called Zhuowen. Could he be the Zhuowen who was in the limelight in the arena 3 days ago? Most likely. It's said that Zhuowen has Master Mu Feng behind him. It's best that we don't offend him. Finally, someone noticed Zhuowen's name. Soon after, they recalled that Zhuowen, who had been the talk of the town during this period of time. Immediately, they connected the two together, causing everyone to feel embarrassed in their hearts. In the quiet inner room, Zhuowen and Bei Xian sat opposite each other. Between the two of them, there was an antique tea table with 2 teacups on it. Steam rose from the teacups. Evidently, the tea inside was still piping hot. Zhuowen. Kid, you're not simple. The academy has been filled with rumors about you for the past 3 days. I really didn't expect you to be related to Grandmaster Mu Feng. Bei Xian raised his teacup and clicked his tongue in admiration. Zhuowen shrugged and said, Senior Bei Xian, don't tease me. It's all due to luck that Master Mu Feng took a fancy to me. Bei Xian shook his head. Naturally, he didn't believe Zhuowen's words. However, this was Zhuowen's secret, so he didn't ask too much. Instead, he changed the topic and said, Zhuowen. Didn't you say you have a big deal? Don't tell me you have something good. This time, I'm only here to exchange for something. However, I might need to spend a lot of contribution points this time. Zhuowen chuckled. Hearing this, Bei Xian's eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. However, he didn't show it. He smiled and said, why don't you tell me what you want to exchange for? After all, you're my regular customer. I, Bei Xian, will naturally do my best to help you. I need to exchange for something that can raise my cultivation to Heavenly Sovereign in a short period of time. Do you have it here? Zhuowen suddenly asked. Oh. Something that can raise your cultivation to Heavenly Sovereign in a short period of time. Let me see. Bei Xian was startled. Soon after, he took out a palm-sized black metal box. With a tap of his right hand, a light screen surged out from the black metal box. There were rows of lists on the light screen. The list recorded the names of the items that could be exchanged. After about half an incense stick's time, Bei Xian stopped browsing. Instead, he waved his right hand and 4 small light screens were drawn out. They landed in front of Zhuowen. I've looked through them just now. These are the only 4 that meet your requirements. Take a look and see which one suits you best. Bei Xian said to Zhuowen. Zhuowen nodded. His gaze gathered on the 4 small light screens in front of him. He looked at them attentively. Purple lightning engulfing pill, extract the 9 heavens purple lightning that descended to the world. With various medicinal herbs as support, place all of the purple lightning into the medicinal herbs. Allow the medicinal herbs to fully absorb the purple lightning's energy and condense it into a pill. The pill contains extremely powerful purple lightning. It can widen the meridians with the purple lightning's energy. There is a 30% chance of pushing a golden sovereign to Heavenly Sovereign. It costs 500,000 contribution points. Red crystal mysterious fruit, a mysterious fruit that exists in the magma of a bottomless abyss. It is nurtured with the essence of earthly fire. There is a 50% chance of a golden sovereign breaking through to Heavenly Sovereign. It costs 800,000 contribution points. Mystic Marrow Silver Horn, the essence of a powerful origin beast, the Mystic Marrow Silver Beast. It has an extremely powerful tempering effect for a golden sovereign. There is a 30% chance of a golden sovereign breaking through to Heavenly Sovereign. It costs 500,000 contribution points. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.